is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient
शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनुइक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्मरण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़ात्रिक योग शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। ओम अभोगस्पृश्य rinse your right hand, the water from the Panchapatra Uddharani.
Yes. So now with the yoga, with the prayer and the Sadguru Mantram and the Tattvachamanam, the Sankalpa complete, we'll now begin with the Nithyananda Yoga, starting with a small warm-up. So let's all stand up in our yoga mats. Let's all come to a standing position. And we're going to be beginning with our neck. So gently start rotating your neck in a clockwise direction. Go as wide as you can. So you're going to completely make a nice as wide circle as possible. As you move your neck, pull your neck slightly. Give it a gentle push in the direction that is. For example, when it's down, give it a gentle push over there. When it's over, when you're tilting your neck behind, squeeze your neck. And now let's stop and switch directions. Go in the anti-clockwise direction. Feel your neck as you rotate. See how it is. Connect with your body now. Unclutch from everything else. It's the time now you're going to be with your body and build that connection with it. Because when you build that connection with your body, you will see automatically a lot of other breakthroughs start happening in your yoga and in health aspect itself. Now let's stop. Now slowly tilt your neck downward and we're going to bring our hands behind our head and give a gentle push down. You're going to feel a nice stretch all the way towards the back. Feel the stretch happening. You're not pulling your head down over here. It's just the weight of your hands pushing your neck down. Now slowly relax and we're going to tilt our neck backwards, once again bringing your hands to the top of the head to give a gentle push, squeezing your neck behind. Tilt your neck as back as possible. Continue to breathe over here. And slowly relax, moving towards the side. Once again, don't pull your hands down. Just keep your hand. The weight of your hand is more than enough for the neck. Just feel the stretch slowly happening. And relax. Turning to the opposite side. Keep breathing deeply. Inhale and exhale as deeply as you can as you're in the stretch. And slowly come back to the center. Now we'll be moving next to our shoulders. So bring your hands to your shoulders and we're going to start rotating them. So try to bring your hands as close together as possible. Try to touch. Try to bring your palms, your fingers onto your shoulders. Hold on to your shoulders and squeeze your shoulders as close together as possible. And when you go back, push your back, squeeze your back. Now opening the chest as much, stretching the chest as much, and then keep going. So it's a dynamic movement. Don't stop over there. Do it as you gradually go behind. So here you're not trying to go fast, you're just trying to stretch as wide as possible. Once again, keep breathing as you go. Now stop and rotate in the opposite direction. When you open your hands as wide as possible, inhale. That will also help you inhale as deeply. When you bring your hands close together, exhale. And relax. Next, we're going to be going with our arms. Make sure you have enough distance between you, and you're going to start rotating your arms. Keep your elbows as straight as possible. You don't want to be doing this. Go as wide as possible. And over here, let's increase the momentum slightly, because this is also going to help bringing some blood flow to our entire upper body as well. But keep the awareness. See where your hands are feeling discomfort, where your arms are feeling discomfort. And now let's switch directions. And relax. Next, we go to our wrists. So we're going to rotate our wrists. Once again, feel your wrists as you rotate them. Connect with them. See if you're feeling any discomfort. How is it feeling? And then the opposite direction. And now stop rotating. Bring your fingers to your left palm to your right palm and then slowly pull back. Just pull your fingers all the way as close to you as possible. And then slowly bring it down. And relax. Now go to the opposite hand. Pull your wrist towards you. And relax. Bringing it down and pulling it towards you. Yes, now just bring your fingers together and just push them towards each other, stretching the hips. Stretching the fingertips, stretching the base of the fingers, and relax. Next, let's interlace our fingers and stretch our hands up. And then you're going to pull yourself as high as possible. Try to touch the ceiling. Go all the way up. Feel your back expanding. Once again, reminder to keep breathing as deeply as you can. Bring yourself all the way up. Feel your back slowly relaxing. And now you're going to tilt to the side. Tilt to your right side. Feel the stretch on your left side. Keep breathing. Keep your breath as deep as possible. And now slowly come back to the center. Keep the stretch, keep the pull on your hands as you now turn to the left side, feeling the stretch on the right. And come back to the center, bringing your hands down and relax. Yes, now let's bring our hands to our hips and we're going to start rotating our hips. Once again, go as wide as possible. Feel your entire pelvic joint, your legs joining to your upper body. See how the joint is feeling. See how your back is feeling. This is a point in your body where many parts are connected. So bring awareness to all of them. And then to stop and rotate in the opposite direction. And relax. Next, going to our knees. Start rotating your knees. You're going to hear a lot of cracking sound. That's fine. It's just the gas releasing from the joints. Now the opposite direction. And relax. Next, we are moving to our ankles. Stretch your right foot forward. And now you're going to rotate your ankles. And now, as you're rotating your ankles, we are going to be pushing our toes as low as possible. So squeeze your toes in, push your legs down, and then go up. So it's a dynamic motion again, not stopping over there, pushing and then go. You can feel free to do that. But try to keep the motion as dynamic as possible so you get a nice wide range of stretch as you do that. And now let's switch directions. And relax. Let's move to the next leg. Stretch your opposite leg. And now once again, focus on stretching, squeezing the toes inward, pushing the leg down, and then coming up. So it's like you're rotating something. It's there in front of you with your legs. Pushing your leg all the way down, bringing it up, and squeeze when you come up. And the opposite direction. And relax. So that's good. Now that we have warmed up our entire body, we are going to go to the final step, which is the skeleton dance. So now let's stand still for a few moments. Keep your hands by your side. And now take a few moments to visualize yourself as a complete skeleton structure. No skin, no muscles, no flesh, no identity. You're dropping everything at Swamiji's feet. You're now just a standing skeleton, filled with Swamiji, filled with consciousness, filled with Paramashiva. Bring the visualization to each part of your body, from your foot, your knees, your thighs, your back, your chest, your fingers, arms, face. And now, holding on to that visualization, slowly start moving your body. You can keep your eyes open or closed, whichever is more comfortable for you, whichever helps you hold on to the visualization more. But the most important thing is keep yourself safe. Make sure you're aware of your surrounding, if you have people around you, if you have furniture around you. So holding on to that, you can start moving your body, gradually increase the intensity. Don't have a particular pattern or way in which you're moving your body. Each part of your body is independent. So holding that, drop all and go intensely as possible. Let's begin.
देवराजसेव्यमान पावनां नृपङ्गजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमान पावनां नृपङ्गजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे भानुकोटिवास्वनं भवातिदारगम्बरं नीलकण्ठवीक्षितार्थदायकं त्रिलोचनं कालकालमङ्कुलाक्षमक्षशूलमक्षरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे शूलटङ्गपाशदण्डपाणिमादिकारणं श्यामकायमादिदेवमक्षरं विरामयं भीमविक्रमं प्रभुं विचित्रताण्डवप्रियं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे मुक्तिमुक्तिदायकं रजस्तचारुविग्रहं भक्तवत्सलं स्थितं समस्तलोकविग्रहं विनिक्वलन्मनोज्ञहेम किङ्किणीरसत्कटिं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे धर्मसेतुपालकं धर्ममार्गनाशकं कर्मपाशमोचकं सुशर्मदायकं विभुं कर्णवर्णशेषपाशशोभिताङ्गमण्डलं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं
Come to a standstill. Stop moving your body. Just stop. Focus on breathing. Inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. Just see your breath slowly settling down. Continue to breathe as deeply as possible. You can breathe fast, but keep the breath as deep as possible. See your heart rate slowly settling down. Feel the tips of your fingers and toes. See your whole body slowly settling down. And now you can all slowly open your eyes. And yes. So we're going to be beginning today's session with the asanas. Let's all come to a seated position. You can all sit down in your yoga mats. So today's asanas are going to be a continuation from yesterday. So before we get into that, let's warm our legs a little bit, stretch our legs a little bit so that it's easier for us to get into the asana. So let's first start with stretching our feet in front of us. Bring your legs into forward position. Now from this position, so let's first bring one foot close to us. We're going to be doing the Ardha Paschimottanasana. First, stretch our legs. So keeping one foot forward and the other foot bent. Let's inhale. Take our hands all the way up and slowly, as you exhale, lower yourself down. So first come as much as you can. Then you're going to walk your hands closer and closer. If you're already able to do the complete asana, that's fine. But for those of you who are yet to come there, walk your hands slowly forward and down. Don't hunch your back over here. Bring your chest forward. Keep your back straight. And keeping your back straight, you're going to lower yourself forward and down. You can even bounce yourself. Again, two important things over here in this asana. First is connecting with your body and giving it the confidence that you're not going to hurt it. You're aware of what you're doing and giving it that feeling that it doesn't need to hold on to be tight and relax. So as you just connect with your body and just, talk to it or don't talk to it, just be in that space of oneness. You'll see slowly just relaxes and allows you to go further and further down. Try to bring your elbows down. Try to bring your forehead. Try to hold on to your toes and pull yourself further. It's not just about touching your head, it's about bringing your entire body down. And the second important thing is breathing. So only when you breathe as deeply as possible, you're going to allow your entire body to relax. Because when you're breathing slow and deep, automatically the entire body understands that you are in a seated, restful, relaxed space. It doesn't need it to be ready to suddenly jump or run. So the entire body will relax and allow you to just go into the asana. And let's stay here. Another important point is we just try and then we're like, okay, it's not working, and then we come up. Whenever you do a stretching asana, you got to just stay in that position for a few minutes. So let's stay here for a few more minutes, just allowing ourselves to relax, get into the stretch. If you have a partner, that's really a great thing because you can go behind your partner and from the lower back, give your partner a gentle push to whichever point they feel is comfortable enough. It's not paining, but it's just slightly uncomfortable. So give your partner a gentle push. If you don't have anyone, that's fine. Just bring your imagination that Swamiji is there behind you and pushing you. So if Swamiji is there, would you be holding on? Would you keep your resistance? No, you'll completely relax. Give your body into Swamiji's hands and allow him to take you into the asana. So just be aware when you're giving your partner a gentle push, not to push them too much, but at the same time to help them come out of their comfort zone. Once again, keep breathing as deeply as you can. And now, slowly bring yourself back up. Now let's move to the second stretch that we're going to be doing. So bring the soles of your feet together. Bring your legs all the way close to you. We're going to be doing the Bhadrasana. So bringing your feet all the way close to you. Now gently, if you can, first step is bringing the knees to the ground. So if you're able to bring your knees to the ground, then slowly start leaning forward. Again, when you lean forward over here, you're not going to be hunching your back like this. You're going to push your entire upper body forward and down. And slowly just allow the entire legs, the hip joint to slowly relax. Bring your head to the ground. Keep breathing as you go. Wherever you are, stay there. Again, that's the most important point. And again, if you have a partner, you can switch partners and do the previous stretch. If you've already completed that, then one of your partners can come and give you a gentle stretch in the legs. If you're able to bring your knees to the ground, then lower your upper body down. Go all the way down, bringing your forehead to the ground. and stay there. Let's stay there. Keep breathing as deeply as you can. You don't need to be breathing forcefully, but deeply is completely filling your lung and completely exhaling, emptying them. As Swamiji says, that just by doing 1200 long breaths per day, you can bring your health back, or if you're already healthy, you can keep your health forever. That is the most important thing. The long breaths help to increase the prana energy in our body, and when the prana energy is there high in our body, then automatically all the other diseases, blocks in our body completely get removed. So now you can slowly come up and bring your feet close together, just relaxing for a moment. Now we are going to be getting into the actual asana. So we are in Dakshina Pada Shirshasana. So Dakshina Pada Shirshasana, we are going to be starting with our right leg. So take your right leg inside of your hands. Take your right leg up into your hands. So now bringing your right leg, you're going to slowly bring your right leg close to you. First step, bring it as close to you as possible. If you're able to do this easily, if this is simple enough for you, then take it higher. Bring it all the way to your face and then bring your legs close to you. If this is also easy, then take it up to your forehead. Bring your legs all the way up and touch your leg to your forehead. And then if that is also easy, take your leg all the way up. And now you're going to bring it behind your head. So whichever point you are in, stay there. Keep breathing as deeply as you can. So now you can also give your partners a hand if you have a partner next to you. So be as gentle as possible. Let them take their time. No one's in a hurry to finish doing any asana today. We have a lot of time to spend with ourselves. Once again, keep breathing as you go. Drop any impossibility, resistance. Oh, I'm already too old. No, it doesn't come for me. I've already tried a lot of yoga. I've never been able to do anything. Drop all of the negative self-talk, impossibility inside of you. Each time you try is a new opportunity given by life to take you to the next level. So once you have done, then slowly you can switch partners. So whenever you get into the stretch, also take the same amount of time to come out of the stretch. Don't just drop it, just relax. Allow yourself to slowly relax out of that stretch. So we're also going to take some time to switch partners and do. So once you have done, then you can help your partner to do. Or if you're doing it on your own, then you can switch legs. Let's take a time now to switch legs. So now that we tried with our right leg, or if you did with your left leg, then take your opposite foot and again start going step by step. First, bring it as close to your chest as possible. Bring your foot to your chest. Once you're able to do that, take it higher. Try to touch your foot to your shoulder, neck. Then move it further up to the forehead. Then move it up to the top of your head. So, as you're doing this asana, you're going to be visualizing Swamiji in our inner space. If you're able to do the asana comfortably, then the drishti point you're going to be holding is your third eye. Try to bring your hands into the in the Namaskara Mudra and hold the japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Slowly relax. So now we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Ekapada Mayurasana. So Ekapada Mayurasana is an advanced asana where you're going to be keeping one leg on top of your neck, and at the same time you're going to be getting into the Mayurasana. So we already did the first aspect of this asana where we were bringing our leg behind our neck. So if you're already able to do that, that's great. You can bring one leg behind your neck and get into the asana of Mayurasana. You can focus on the Mayurasana component. But if you're yet to bring your leg behind your neck, then let's take a few more minutes now to do that. Bring your leg behind your neck, and you can also, if you feel that you're done enough of stretching your leg, then you can focus on the Mayurasana component also, because that is also a very powerful asana. You can focus on the strength component of this asana, focusing on how to perform the Mayurasana. So whichever component you want to try, let's start with the Mayurasana component, giving our legs a little break before we get back to stretching them. So for Mayurasana, first step is bringing your hands onto the ground. So when you bring your hands onto the ground, you want to keep your palms slightly separated, your fingers slightly separated, and try to bring your elbows together. So bend your elbows and bring them together. So when you do this, when you try to bring your elbows together, automatically if you see, you're leaning forward because your elbows are bending. You can't just bring them together. You have to bend them to bring the elbows together. So now bend your elbows, bring them together, and at the same time lean your entire body onto your elbows. So you don't want to bring your elbows onto the stomach. You want to bring them down. So you need to crunch your back and bring your elbows all the way down here. So if you're having difficulty to bring your hands together, that's fine. If you have difficulty to bring your elbows all the way to the abdomen, that's fine. Focus on that component. Take it slow. You can even sit and do it. You don't need to get into the asana itself to do that. Even just sitting like this is fine. So bend your elbows. You can even bring your legs closer to first allow yourself to get a feel of what is that, how it feels. So from a position on your heels with your toes tucked, you can bring your hands in between of your legs and just bend forward. So here we are not focusing on lifting yet. So once you've mastered this, you're able to stably keep your hands on the ground. You're getting a feel of how it's on your wrist. Now we'll move into the lifting component. So for lifting your body into Mayurasana, always your body needs to be slightly leaning forward more, because the weight of your legs is more than the weight of the upper body. So from a kneeling position with your hands on the ground, so if you see, there's a little gap, there's about a foot gap between my fingers and my knees. So this is about the gap you want to have. And now bringing your hands onto the ground, bend the elbows and lean forward. So if you see, my elbows are not straight, slightly leaning in forward. Now you can try to bring the top of your head to the ground, and then you can try lifting your legs up and getting a feel of how it is. Once you do that, then try to lift the legs off the ground. So take it step by step and go in the progression, and you'll be able to slowly bring your legs off the ground. So it also requires a little bit of your leg strength to be able to lift and keep your legs off the ground. So Let's all give it a try now. If you have a partner, once again, you can take the support of your partner to do the asana. And also one more thing, if for some of you, if you feel that keeping your elbows and fingers right next to each other is difficult, you can keep them slightly pointed towards the sides. So that will make it easier. Don't keep it all the way sideways. A slight angle is also fine. Yes, lean forward. Yes, that's great. So now once you have tried the Mayurasana, you can go a step further where you're going to be bringing one foot forward. So if you're not able to perform the complete Mayurasana, so you're going to bring one foot forward and then bring your hands to the same position, lifting this leg off the ground. Gonna try to get into Mayurasana. So what you can do is you can keep the front foot on the ground when you're getting into the Mayurasana. To do it from the side angle as well. So keep one foot on the ground. Bring your hands into your stomach and lift your legs up. Now once you're able to do that, you can try to lift your legs off the ground as well and try it. So if you're also trying to get your legs behind, one more thing you can try is keep one leg bent, your front knee bent, and going all the way down and in. This will also help you stretching the hamstring muscles for you to be able to bring your leg behind. Or what you can try is keeping your foot forward, your hands by your side, and just leaning in. It's almost like a half split. So in this asana, we are going to be visualizing a peacock in our inner space and internally chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Kante padam prasayekam ekapadam mayurake.
Yes. So with that, we are now going to be moving into the next asana. So the next asana is Vyagrasana. So in Vyagrasana, so first coming into a seated position, let's stretch our legs in front of us. Also take this moment to just completely relax your body. Just catch your breath. Yes, you can also rotate your wrists, relaxing them as well. So in Vyagrasana, we are going to be bringing our leg behind the neck and laying down. So again, starting with a few variations, easier variations for us to be able to do the asana. I'm going to start with taking one leg. You can take any one leg close to you. And now slowly you're going to lay down. So don't just lie down on your back, okay? If you lie down on your back, you're going to be like, okay, my leg is there, and then you're going to just relax over here. So don't lie down on your back. You're going to keep your neck up. You're going to keep your upper back up, and then try to pull your leg towards you. So you're going to use your leg to stay up. So that's automatically going to keep you up. So your leg is going to be like your point to hold on to something to keep yourself up. Now as you're gradually able to bring your leg further and further up, you can even bend your knee if you need. You're going to be able to see that slowly your back is coming towards the ground. And you can hold on to your leg. So let's all take a few minutes to now give this a try. So if your neck is hurting a little bit, then just relax your back for a moment. Relax yourself for a moment and then get back into the asana. And if you have partners, then you can assist your partners as well. So you can take a moment to help your partner, and then you can come back to doing the asana. Once again, just a reminder to everyone to continue to breathe as deeply as possible. So you want to continue to breathe deeply in a controlled way. Connect with your body. So you're even got a breakthrough if you're able to touch your foot to your head. That itself is a really big thing. That itself is really nice and really good. So as you're performing this asana, you're going to visualize yourself as a tiger. Visualize a tiger in your inner space, and the internal japa is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
व्याघ्रासनो मथो वक्षे क्रोधकालविनाशनम् एकपादं शीर्षमध्ये मेरुदण्डोपरि स्थितम्.
Yes, relax. Take a moment to just stretch your leg. Relax your neck over here. And yes. So now we are moving into the next asana, which is Supta Trivikramasana. So Supta Trivikramasana is a little different from the asana that we are doing from Vyagrasana. Now, in Supta Trivikramasana, the stretch is basically the same, but the position of the leg is going to be slightly different. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be bringing your head to the ground, and you're going to be pulling your leg towards you. So keep your knees, your legs as straight as possible, and you're going to pull your leg towards you. So in this asana, your neck can completely be relaxed on the ground, as the point of the asana is to bring your knees as close to you, to bring your legs as close to you, and basically you're just holding your leg all the way down here. So let's slowly bring our legs, let's stretch our legs step by step. So hold on to your leg, and you're going to gently pull it down. So continue to breathe over here nice and deeply. Bring your knees to your chest. Then slowly pull your feet closer to you. Once again, if you have partners, if you have someone with you, you can give them a gentle stretch. You can give them a gentle push. So once you have done on one leg, you can switch legs. If you don't have a partner, you can switch legs. Try on the opposite leg. Try to keep the stretched leg as straight as possible. The more you bend that leg, this leg is going to get easier to stretch, the leg that you're lifting and pulling towards you. But at the same time, you're keeping that leg bent, so you're not gaining anything by bending the stretched leg in this asana. But if you feel if that makes it a bit easier for you, then you can slightly bend it, or if you raise it off the ground, that's also fine. So in this asana, we are going to be visualizing Swamiji in our inner space. Continue to breathe as deeply as you can in the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, and internally we'll be chanting the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठैश्च सिंहैस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Yes, relax. Now, to relax ourselves completely from all of the structures we have been doing, we enter into Paryankasana 3. So just squeeze your legs, bring your legs together, bend your knees, bring your knees to your chest, wrap your legs, just rock from side to side. You're going to relax your entire back and legs. Just rock from side to side. If you can, and if you feel that's more comfortable, you can rock back and forth as well. Or you can even go in a circle. Just take this moment to relax yourself, catch your breath. Just roll from side to side. Visualize yourself as in a comfortable couch, in a comfortable sofa. Just completely relaxing yourself. Keep breathing as deeply as possible, completely inhaling, filling your lungs, and exhaling, emptying them. And internally, we are going to chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
संस्थितीकृत्य ऊर्ध्वाधः कृत्वा संस्थिताम् ऊर्ध्वाधोभावं रचयेत् कुर्यात्.
Yes, from this asana we're going to move on to Vasishthasana 2. Now everyone sit up. We're going to start in a seated position. Join the feet together and scoop your hands below the feet. We're going to pull both feet up towards our face. Start by pulling both your feet towards your chest. If you have a partner, you can support them by helping them to bring the feet towards their chest. Try to bring it all the way to your collarbone, your forehead. Try to bring your feet up high as much as possible. Yes, if you have a partner available that can assist you. Otherwise, one advice, you can lean against the wall for support. That will make it easy for you to stretch yourself, using that extra resistance so you don't have the balance aspect. So if you can set yourself up against the wall with your back, you can use the support of the wall to strengthen the stretch. If you can, try to bring your feet all the way up behind your head and hold them with your fingers interlocked around the toes in Parusha Mudra. So simply interlock your hands and catch your feet as you bring your hands below the feet. Try to bring your feet all the way up behind your head. Bring them as high as possible. Fix your gaze upwards towards your third eye. And visualize Sage Vashishta. Breathe in the Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana in your body is flowing upwards from the soles of the feet all the way to the crown of your head. Visualize the energy, the form of light is flowing from the soles of your feet through your body all the way upwards to the Sahasrara chakra. You can, every once in a while, just relax for a moment. Shake out your hips. Shake out your legs. Allow your joints to relax. But then once more, join the soles of the feet together. Scoop your hands below. Interlock your fingers around the toes. And try to bring your feet up as high as possible. All the way up behind your head if you can. Visualize Sage Vashishta. In Vashishthasana too. Internally chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दो पगदली जोड़ी संपुटित करे, हाथ दो पगा बीच आने, तले करी बारे ल्यावे, कहून्या माहिली समुदिरा से।
Yes. We're now going to move on to Shivalingasana. In Shivalingasana, we are also going to bring our feet up and behind our head. But in this asana, we're going to hold the feet individually. So We don't have our hands in Padusha Mudra. We hold the toes individually. And what we want to do, if you can bring your feet all the way up, you want to flare out your elbows and push your legs behind. Bring the feet up and behind the neck and push your elbows, push your shoulders against your leg to intensify the stretch, to open up that movement. So let us continue. Let us bring the stretch, bring our feet up as high as possible. So scoop your hands below the feet so you can pull from below. You have a partner available that can assist you with the stretch. Try to straighten out your back. Bring your shoulders, your elbows through the legs. Use the strength of your elbows to push your legs outside even more. And breathe deeply. With every inhalation, intensify the stretch. Create a gap in between the joints. And with every exhalation, relax the muscles so you can sink a little deeper into the stretch. Great job. Wherever you're at, just push yourself. Try to reach your foot as high as possible. The more time you spend in the maximum stretch, that is when your range of motion will increase. So let us hold this stretch intensely. Use the wall as a support to prevent you from tumbling backwards so that you can focus on stretching your legs intensely. You can already bring your legs behind your back. Focus on flaring out your elbows, opening up the legs even more, and hold your feet individually. Bring your gaze to the tip of your nose. And visualize yourself as a massive Shiva Lingam in Shiva Lingasana. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama and internally chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
दो बाबा शीश परि आने पुनि एक जुगति और था हम ठानेम
Yes. The next asana is called Takarupa Skandhasana. And we are going to try to cross our legs. So let us shake out our hips. You can stretch your legs out in front and just shake your legs from side to side. And bend your knees. Just allow your muscles to relax. Allow the blood flow into your muscles. Stretch out your back also. Any specific part of your body is hurting more than the rest. Try to mobilize that area. Just feel it. Where are you actually stretching? Where's the most intense part of this movement? This will be different for different people. Some will feel it more in their legs, some will feel it more actually in their neck, trying to bring the leg behind the head. So let's check it out, and then we're going to again scoop our hands below the feet and bring the legs up. You can cross the legs even here, intensify the stretch on one specific leg. Just try to bring the leg up as high as possible and hold. You have to maintain a straight spine as much as possible. When you lean your head forward, straighten it out. Straighten it out. The visualization in this asana is sitting on a branch as a beautiful owl. So visualize yourself as a beautiful owl sitting on a branch. And you're going to try to place your hands on the mat here. So if you can already lock your legs behind your head, great. Place your hands on the mat. Will support your balance also. And keep your feet crossed. Keep your feet crossed. You can cross your feet and then fold them towards you. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose. And breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize the pranas moving from the soles of the feet to the crown of your head. Visualize it flowing upwards in golden light. In Pratyahara Pranayama. Bringing you beyond any physical restrictions, any attachments, any blockages. Firmly engage the Mula Bandha. And internally chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
कलिपापत्प्रमुच्यते वायवीं वसमानयेत् निजपादद्वयं बद्ध्वा स्कन्ददेशे च साधका
Yes. We're now moving on to Aranya Chatakasana. So once more, let's just take a moment and relax our body. And you can stand up and just shake out your legs for a moment. Bring your heels up to the buttocks. Just shake out your shoulders also, your neck. Yes. And then let us settle down once more. Going to go right back into the stretch. Maybe this time we can put the other foot on top. We are going to again cross our legs, cross our ankles in front, and pull our feet upwards. Pull our feet up. First, we can bring it again towards the chest. Pull it in closely. Opening up the hips. Intentionally try to straighten your legs here. This will transfer the stretch more into your hips from the knees. Using the strength of your legs, push them straight. As you're pulling your feet up, push your legs upwards as well. So don't just pull with your hands. Actually use the strength of your legs also. And gaze up towards your third eye. Then start by placing one hand on the ground in front of you. Push your legs upwards with the strength of your legs. Hold as long as possible. Then you can take a break, take a rest for a moment. Try to place both hands on the ground in front of you. And don't forget to breathe deeply, long and deep inhalations and even longer exhalations. Really sink in to the stretch each time you exhale. With the legs crossed, try to bring them up and behind your head. Go ahead, continue the stretch. You can take a break to relax your muscles, but then go ahead and intensify the stretch, extend the stretch. Breathe calmly and deeply. Visualize the prana moving upwards within your body. In this asana, visualize yourself as a bird in a forest. Keep the Mula Bandha, the root lock, engaged, and internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एकेन पादेन भूमिमास्तभ्य अन्यपादतले नौरो अवस्तभ्य तिष्ठेत् आष्ट इति पुनः पुनः कर्तव्यम् अर्धचन्द्रं भवति.
Yes, with this we are moving on to the next asana of the sequence, which is going to be Chitrakasana. In Chitrakasana, we're going to have the soles of the feet together behind our head, and we're going to bring the right hand on the left side of the neck and then extend our left arm up to the sky. So first our priority will be to bring our feet up as high as possible. We're going to insert our arms, extend the left arm up, and the right arm at the side of the neck. So let us continue. We're going to work on the hip flexibility even further. So make sure you continue the stretch. Make sure we extend our range of motion here. Make sure to push your legs straight as much as possible by your own strength. So you need to actively engage your legs, straighten the legs upwards. Use the support of a wall, or get a partner to assist you. Wherever you are at, just focus on bringing your body to the stretched position and hold. So in this asana, visualize that you're painting your reality and manifesting it into existence. So visualize any reality you want to manifest, and with the intense will, as you're pushing yourself, extending yourself, visualize yourself painting your reality into existence. Bring the right arm to the left side of the neck and extend your left arm up as if you're holding a painter's brush, painting your reality. And continue to breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Focus on the upward movement of the prana throughout your body. As you internally chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम भगधली संपुट करे पुनः जुगति आयसे स्तरे दैकुहुनि महिला समदी तापरिदौ येरी बंदा
Yes, you can now relax. After this intense sequence of stretches, let us actually enter into the counter positions. We can do some hip flexor stretch. So let us start. Actually, Maharaj had already shown the pigeon pose where you can stretch out the hip flexor at the front, stretch out our back. So just extend one leg back. You can bend the front knee. This will also work on the hip region. So it will still help us with these asanas, but it will work on the hip flexors, the lower back, everything that was rounded throughout this sequence of asanas. You can lower your chest down to get deep into the asana, and then curl your back up. Use the support of your hands, leaning back, pushing yourself back into a back bend. Make sure your hips are rotated forward and square. You will really feel the difference. If you allow your hip to rotate outwards, you basically lose the essence of this asana. So bring your hips square, rotate your hip forward. You'll feel how much deeper that stretch gets, but then it hits the right points. Okay. If you can, try to sink down to the ground all the way. You can even raise up your arms, stretch out your back. And then we can go to the other side. Bring the front leg just about a 90-degree angle. If it is a little bit less, that is not a problem. Extend the other leg back. Lean forward to get into the stretch. If you want to really make sure your hips are square, you can tuck your toes for a moment. Push into the ground. Open up the hip flexor. Lower yourself down, relax your back. And then rise up. Push yourself up, but drive your hip downwards. The hip should be close to the ground, or at least you should push it towards the ground. Bend your back, lift your chest, open up your heart, raise your chin, and breathe. If you can lift your hands off the ground. You can even place your hands on your hips and help yourself intensify the stretch even more. Raise your arms. And relax. We can place our feet down, just curl ourselves into a ball for a moment. Now for a moment, let us enter into Vajrasana, allowing ourselves to be straight and stable. No tension on our back whatsoever. If there's any soreness in your back, feel it out and allow that area to just relax. Breathe calmly and deeply. Allow the Kundalini energy to rise upwards. Now that we've been working on the root center so much, let us allow the energy to flow upwards. Breathe deeply. You can close your eyes for a moment. Just be contained within your frame. Now we are going to enter into Ustrasana. So from the kneeling position, just rise up, stand on your knees, and then reach backwards, reach for your heels, place your feet flat, then drive your hips forward, tilt your head back, stretch out your back intensely. Adjust the position of your hips. Rotate your pelvis forward. Tuck it under so that your lower back allows you to lean even deeper into this asana. Treat this as an active stretch where you use all your muscles to go even deeper. Don't just use gravity. Okay, every once in a while, release, come to the kneeling position, lean forward and down, bring your forehead to the ground, your hands behind you, relax your back, breathe into your back, nice and round. And with this, you can now lay down on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your body, your palms facing upwards. Once more, engage the Mula Bandha. Pull the energy upwards within your body. Breathe calmly and deeply. Completely sink into the ground. Visualize your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Taram sabavad Ayanam tu savasanam Savasanam shantiharam Chitta vishranti karakam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and your legs. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your arms and rock your body from side to side. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing today's Sakala Vinyasa Krama sequence of KAILASA Nithyananda Yoga. Today we had a set of intense stretches. Again, working on the hip flexibility, which will empower us to do so many different asanas in the future and is known to enhance our lifespan, increase the lifespan, prevent injury, and bring so many benefits. With this, let us get ready. Next up is going to be the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja. So let us get ready, get our puja kits. And for now, close this session, keeping our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in our inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra. We will gather back in 20 minutes. So let's be ready, Nithyananda.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend
the dhoti, the panchakacham, sutta parivatam, which is the cloth that goes around your waist, and the yoga vallade, which is the cloth that is your yajnopavita. Please make sure you have all of these three. Please make sure that your hair is tied if you have long hair. Make sure that your hair is tied on the sahasrara. Please make sure that you have the vibhuti in all the 16 places on your arms, both your arms, both your elbows, both your wrists, on your heart center, your Anandagandha, your navel center, both your ears, your neck, and your forehead. Please make sure that you have your puja kit in front of you. Arrange your puja kit with all the best of the best items. Even while you arrange your puja kit, be in the space of deep gratitude. Requesting all the Kailasas to please switch on your cameras. Let's all get ready. Please make sure that you have the water, flowers, Naivedyam, the food offering. Make sure that you have the lamp, the incense sticks. Please close your eyes. Inhale and exhale deeply and slowly. The puja is the time where you connect to Swamiji, connect to Bhagavan Paramashiva. It is a direct connection between yourself and Bhagavan Paramashiva. Close your eyes. Feel Swamiji's presence inside of your heart center. Feel Swamiji's presence in the Guru Padukas in front of you. Feel Swamiji's presence in the Atmalinga. Unclutch from any other thought you are having. Be in the space of deep feeling connection, the Guru Bhakti to Swamiji. Remember all of your sweet experiences with Swamiji, all the initiations, the darshans. Bring deep gratitude to Swamiji that all Swamiji has showered in our lives. Be in the space of Sohamasmi, that we are Paramashiva, we are Swamiji, and celebrating Swamiji by offering the Pada Puja. Feel the warmth in your heart, filled with gratitude to the Master. And with that, let us now begin the declaration for the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that Swamiji, Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas, and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja we are offering now will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Requesting all the Kailasa Vasis to please sit and come to a space of deep gratitude. We are now entering into the Sadguru Vandanam. All the Kailasa Vasis in St. Kitts and Nevis, please make sure that your Yoga Vallade is placed properly. Let us now enter into the Sadguru Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to our beloved Swamiji. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, place your hands in the Namaskara Mudra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next is the offering of the Guru Parampara Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. Now please take some flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Namaskara Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next offering is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. In the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, we offer our respects and gratitude to Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakೃತ Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Kadikaupi Navasanaha Dadano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udharani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swada is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. With the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udharani of water. The next is Shuklam Varadhanam. We chant this mantra, invoking the energy of Mahaganapati, the Lord of spontaneous completion and the remover of obstacles. Now please take Dakshata, the turmeric mixed rice and a flower in your right hand. Keep both your hands as fists and tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Varadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantake. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now continue to keep Dakshata in your right hand. Open your little finger, ring finger and thumb. Inhale through the left nostril by closing your right nostril with your thumb. Hold your breath by closing both the nostrils and exhale through the right nostril by moving your right hand thumb away as we chant the Samhita mantras. Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Tat Purushavakraya Namaha, Om Hum Agurudaya Namaha, Om Him Vavadevuhyaya Namaha, Om Satyojatmurtaye Namaha, Om Hamridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaye Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Tat Purushavakraya Namaha, Om Hum Agurudaya Namaha, Om Him Vavadevuhyaya Namaha, Om Satyojatmurtaye Namaha, Om Hamridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaye Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namaha, Om Him Purushavakraya Namaha, Om Hum Agurudaya Namaha, Om Him Vavadevuhyaya Namaha, Om Satyojatmurtaye Namaha, Om Hamridaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaye Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is Sankalpa, the conscious dissolution. When you make the Sankalpa in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence will manifest your Sankalpa as reality. Please close your eyes and visualize the Sankalpa that you want to manifest for today. Visualize the ultimate that you want to manifest in every aspect of your life. In the highest Guru Bhakti, if you want to manifest the highest causing and enriching, the ultimate health, ultimate enlightenment, visualize it already happening in your inner space. Now keeping the akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on the right thigh. We will now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Varardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शताब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे कृष्णपक्षे त्रयोदश्यां शुभदितौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायाम् उत्तराफल्गुनी नक्षत्र ब्रह्मयोग गरजकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती सन्यपाल लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्त विरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलप केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञानवानु वीक्षणा नरहर्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परम शिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परम शिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव पूजां च करिष्ये ओम अपौपस्पृश्य. Please wash your hands with an udrili of water. The next is the Kantanada. We ring the bell to invoke all the auspicious energies and remove any negative energies which are there in the puja. Now please take the bell in your left hand and hold it above your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyado Devata Kvaralanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. The next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Bring all your senses inwards. Unclutch from any of the sounds that are happening outside, any of the thoughts that are happening outside. Visualize Swamiji seated in the heart, in your inner space. Visualize you offering all the offerings of your being to Swamiji in your heart, offering the seat of your heart, offering the gratitude as nectar, offering your mind as the arghya, the clothing as the space, the prana as the incense, the nectar as the food offering, the anahata dhvani as the bell, the air as the chamara, the sahasrara as the umbrella, the principle of sound as the music, the actions of the senses, and the wavering of your mind as the thoughts, as the dance. All the 7 chakras and the Shushumna Nadi as the flower garland. Worship Swamiji with the flowers of the freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, from agitation, from jealousy and greed, and offer the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Now please take a flower in your hands, place your hands in the Kurma Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Om Hridpadmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Amritena Achapaniyam स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकम् चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरम् सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकम् नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्ये भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेत् भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमदं तथा अमोहकम् अदम्भं च अद्वेषाक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दया पुष्पं क्षमा पुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the offering of the external worship. The first is the offering of asanam, the offering of seat to the master. Now please take a few akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham asanam te namo namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantadvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paratikaranat Shivokto Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitara Kakalaya Vai Ameyatvadanantoyam Majatvacha Pragirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya me Sapalam Janma Jivanam Sapala Kriyaha Swagatam Yatvaya Tanme Tapasam Palamagatam. Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. The next offering is Padhyam, the offering of water to wash the feet of the Master. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padhyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padhyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye. Om Hrim Edat Padhyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the beautiful conch made of durva grass, a flower, a bilva leaf and a rice pellet and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tatha Param Shobhanam Shankhapatrastam Grahanargyam Maheshwara. Om Hrim Esho Arghyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grihanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Gandha Tailam, the offering of the scented oil. Now please take the Gandha Tailam, the scented oil in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandha Tailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Gandhadailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Snaniyam, the offering of the water for the sacred bath. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Shushitalam Vari Shvacham Shuddham Manoharam Nanatam Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratigrihyataam Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. The meaning of the month. Now please take the cloth, offering of clothes in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapata Channa Nijaguhyor Tejase Niravarana Vinyaya Vasaste Kalpayamyaham Om Hrim Idam Vastrottariyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam Om Swabhava Sundarangaya Nana Shaktyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the month. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandha Om Shariram Tena Janami Cheshtam Naiva Cha Naiva Cha Maya Niveditan Gandhan Pratigrihya Vilipyatam ॐ ह्रीं एष गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers, smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana-sampannam Nana Gunamanoharam Ananda-saurabam Pushpam Vikyadamidamuttamam. Om Hrim Etani Sachandana-pushpani Sarvadeva-devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri-Nityananda-Paramashivaaya Ushate. The next offering is Bilvapatram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear the sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Bilvapatram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilvapatram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara. Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilvapatrani Sarvadeva-devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri-Nityananda-Paramashivaaya Baushate. The next offering is Tulsi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Vahurupaya Paradamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha. Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva-devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri-Nityananda-Paramashivaaya Namaha. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. Now please take the lit incense in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadhyastu Manoharaha Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Vidikyatam. Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva-devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri-Nityananda-Paramashivaaya Namaha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadipaha Sarvadastimilapaha Sabhakyabhyantara Jyotirdeepoyam Vritigrihyataam. Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva-devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri-Nityananda-Paramashivaaya Namaha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please take an udhrani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividam Deva Shakara-divinirvitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara. Om Hrim Idam Sopadarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva-devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri-Nityananda-Paramashivaaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take an udhrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ज्ञानजलमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of Arati for washing Swamiji's hands and the mouth. Now please take an udhrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapyasujirva yasya smaranamatratah Shuddhimapnoti tasmai te punarachamaniyakam. Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodatam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Aratikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the lit camphor in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangranyeshyayate Imam Janadhagum Sangrananiti Dvadasharabdinashana Bhavati Dvadashamasa Samvatsara Samvatsarameva Varunde Bhavunji Bhavati Urdhve Mudjaha Urdhvameva Varunde Chitraksharatram Bhavati Chitram Vahetasarvam Karakuram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Yugendraharam Sada Bhavantam Hridayaravinde Bhavam Bhavani Hritam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Hritam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Hritam Namami. Aratrikam samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Sharanamabhyo Namaha. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, place your hands in Namaskara Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Khandamandalakaram Yaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ajnanatimidandasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Anekajanma samprapta karma bandha vidayine Atmajnana pradanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguru Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ishvaro Gururagneti Murti Veda Vibhage Vyomavadyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Bandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyatilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalavasalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam
भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
The next is the offering of the Paramashiva Puja. Let's begin with the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now, keeping your right hand in the Vokarna Mudra, pour an udri of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm 3 times. Om Atmadatvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadatvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadatvam Shodhayami Svadha. With the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand little finger, index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, that's the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart center. We will now be beginning the Sakalikaranam. Please close your eyes. Visualize yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Visualize yourself with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. During the Sakalikaranam, we invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body, embodied space of Sohamasmi, that even when you do puja, you are Paramashiva. Now using your left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye and visualize it being drenched with the nectar oozing out of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your right hand together with your palms facing towards you, touch your thumb to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the tip of your little fingers and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agor Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Hem Tat Purushavatraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Ham Om Ishanamurdaya Namaha. Now bring your palms in front of you, touching your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers and touch the center of your palms. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your fingers down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and roll around them each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now bend your thumbs and touch the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now bring your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now keep both your thumbs and little fingers together on both your knees. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now keep your right hand, thumb and ring finger joined together. Touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center. Om Hum Aghora Hridayaya Namaha. With the right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lips. Om Hem Tat Purushavatraya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger proper together, touch your Anandagandha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandagandha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. With the right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch the top of your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head. Om Hom Shikhaye Vaushate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in form of a hook and uncross your arms, moving them around the sides of your body. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb with your left palm and your left thumb with your right palm. Om Hastraya Pade. Now place your right hand thumb before and middle finger and strike the left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Hum Pade. Now using your right hand index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around yourself. Om Hastraya Pade. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is the Samanya Ryastapana, energizing the water with which we worship Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood powder into the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb in all the 10 directions around the Panchapatram. Om Hastra Yapate. Now keeping your right hand in the Avakuntana Mudra, rotate the index finger around the Panchapatram in a clockwise direction. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Dena Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is the Avahana. Please offer a flower to the Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now close your eyes and visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva vibrant in your Atmalinga. Visualize invoking him and he manifesting. Let us now chant the Dhyana Shloka. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakruta Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Kadikopi Navasanaha Ano Dushtaram Shirasi Panirajam Rishikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indhuni Bapancha Mukahasta Dashayuktam Shulamrakatankamasi Vajrama Bayam Syat Pashavaradan Kushamanijwala Navame Shvetakamalāsana Sadashivasvarupam. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva. Please place your palms onto your respective palms and place your hands open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Now place your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Now please put your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishtura Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya hum bhat iti kalakanthi mudram pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha iti linga mudram. Now bring your hands in Namaskar Mudra. Namaskar Mudram. Now rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum iti avagunthana mudram cha pradarshya. We will now begin the Upachara Puja. The first is the Asanam. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Asanam Samarpayami. The next is offering of Padyam, Achamanam and Argyam. Now please take an udrini of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take another udrini of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now please take a udrini of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Padya Chamanargyam Dattva. The next offering is Snaniyam, the offering of sacred bath. Now please take the water in the Uddharani and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti along with the mantra. And please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take a udrini of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes. Now please take a flower and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Vastre Yajno Bhavita Uttari Abharanartam Akshatam Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva. On top of the sandalwood paste, please offer the kumkum at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasya Upari Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next offering is Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha Om Bhavasya Devasya Vatne Namaha Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha Om Sharvasya Devasya Vatne Namaha Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha Om Ishanasya Devasya Vatne Namaha Om Ashubhade Devaya Namaha Om Ashubhade Devasya Vatne Namaha Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha Om Ugrasya Devasya Vatne Namaha Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha Rudrasya Devasya Vatne Namaha Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha Om Bhimasya Devasya Vatne Namaha Om Hate Devaya Namaha Om Hato Devasya Vatne Namaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take some Bilva leaf, smear the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Paduk. Offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Bilva Patram Samarpayami. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of lit incense. Now please offer the puja to the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now please sprinkle some Please sprinkle some samanyarga water on the incense stick stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the incense stick stand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swami Bhagavan Paramashiva, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Dhurasi Dhurvadhurvantam Dhurvadanyosman Dhurvajam Dhurvayam Vayam Dhurvamastam Devanamasi Sastidamam Bapritamam Jushtadamam Manhitamam Devahootamam Ardhamasir Havirdanam Trigumbhasvamahva Mitrasyatva Chakshisha Prekshema Birma Samvikta Mahatvayam Shisham. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwar Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhupamagrapayami. Now please take your dhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Hastraya Pate. Now please offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Uddipya Svajata Vedo Vagnam Nirridam Mama Pashuvascha Mahyamavaha Jivanam Chadisho Disha Mano Higamsi Jata Vedo Kamashvam Purisham Jagate Avibhridagnaadhi Shriyama Paripadaya. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Namaha. Deepam Darshayami. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please sprinkle some Samanyargya water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take an udhrani of water, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Madhuvatarita Yate Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha Madhvina Santvoshadihi Madhunakta Mutoshadi Madhumatpati Vakumrajaha Madhudyaurasina Pita Madhumano Vanaspatir Madhumarvam Nastu Suryaha Madhvigao Bhavantunaha Madhu Madhu Madhu. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Tambulam. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam. Now please sprinkle some water on the Arati. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Arati. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Somo Va Etasya Rajyamadatte Yo Raja Samrajyo Vaso Me Nejate Yaswa Netani Havigam Sivavanti Etanto Vai Devanadam Sabaha Devasvam Prayachanti Enam Manasvante Rajaya Devasuraja Bhavati Bhantina Chandra Tarakam Nema Vidyado Bhandi Kudoyam Agnihi Tameva Bhandam Anubhati Sarvam Dasya Bhasa Sarvavidam Vibhati Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Sarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Jayarvinde Om Bhavani Saitam Namami Om Bhavani Saitam Namami Om Bhavani Saitam Namami. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Karpura Nirajanam Sandarishayami. Now please take a flower and hover it clockwise over the flame and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Rakshan dharayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali. Now please take the flowers in your hands and offer the flowers in Swamiji's padukas of the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is the Gayatri Mantra Japa. Please hold Yajnopavita and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times. We will now enter into the Kshama Prarthana, requesting Bhagavan Paramashiva for forgiveness for any mistakes offered in the puja. Please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata in your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha, Om Haim Kavachaya Hum, Om Ham Shivaya Voshate. Now please keep your hands in the Udbhava Mudra and pour some water in your hands and let the water flow down through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Yat Kinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shivavadasthasya Bhungsha Kshapaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvamidam Jagate Shivo Yaditi Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, let us sip the water 3 times. Om Atmadatvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Vidyadatvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Shivatatvam Shodhayami Svadha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together. Index, middle and ring finger joined together. Touch your upper lip, below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of your right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together. Touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all the 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart center. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Please bow down to Swamiji.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trignahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nithyanandam, and welcome all of you.
Nithyanandam.
And today is a wonderful day of the Paramashivoham. So after completing this intense yoga session, the puja, we are getting ready to enter into the power manifestation, and will be leading further with the today's revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is going to be on the wealth, accumulating wealth around you with simple truths. Yes, actually Swami says, with simple truth, you can simply attract the wealth towards you. And Swami will be gracing us today as Keshavarthamurti. So let's get ready, requesting all of you to please switch on your cameras. Ma Parabrahm Sarupini Jyotskananda Aya, Ma Aghur Rupini, and requesting Sarvishaya Sharmush to be available in the camera. With this, let's get ready. We'll be entering into the manifesting the powers of third eye. So with Acharyas will be projecting you an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see what Parameshwar reveals to you. So let's get ready as we enter into the Sas Pramana, which is the scriptural reference for manifesting the powers of third eye. Kapalantarmano yasya tishtan militalochanaha ramena manaso dharya lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. With this, we'll be entering into manifesting the powers of third eye. So let's get ready. Once again, with Acharyas, we'll be projecting your image on your screen. Requesting all of you, please switch on your camera. And please cover your eyes with a blindfold. And sit with your head neck spine in a straight line. And remember Swamiji in your space. Just connect with him. Enjoy this space. Enjoy this bliss, this restful awareness. Every time that you sit, connect with Swamiji. Bring the intention to be in oneness. Bring intensity. The moment you, actually Swami says, intensity is much more greater than, even greater than the enlightenment itself. When you bring intensity in your life, simply this, you start manifesting, radiating the states, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva. Now, gently bring your awareness to the third eye. Connect with Swamiji to the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Keep your eyes closed. The image is now being projected on screen. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly. You can remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted the eyesight, while it's still fresh in your mind, go ahead and share with us what Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or what Paramashiva has revealed to you in your third eye. The details of the image that we had displayed for you for this round of power manifestation. So please go ahead and share. You can let us know in the chat box whether you're with us on two-way in the Zoom room, or whether you are following us on YouTube on one-way. You can let us know in the chat box provided. Meanwhile, I'd like to welcome Naga Kiran. Welcome to KAILASA in Bronze as well. Welcome to have you with us.
So please go ahead and let's start sharing. Mahaparamashi Sarupani shares the white snow-capped mountain and triangular high-rise buildings. Beautiful.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Requesting everyone that has taken part in this palm manifestation to please take a moment and share the Mahashame news, Sri Mahasharveshwara, Jyotikananda, Atma Jyotikananda Aya, Ma Ananda Gorarupini, Ma Rangdeepini, and everyone that's following us on YouTube. Take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. Yes, we also welcome
Arihanta joined us.
Jandama. Welcome, good to have you with us. So we're just about finishing the first round of the power manifestation. We'll shortly enter into the second round. First, let us bring back the image that we had displayed for you for this first round of power manifestation. So if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us move to the verification stage. So yes, this is the image that we had displayed for you for this power manifestation. It is a bison. So you can see a bison, a big, strong specimen. Somewhere in the highlands, you can see what looks like some sort of a higher peak in the background with a little bit of snow on it, so snow-capped. You can see there's grass and shrubs on the ground, and there's also pine trees perhaps in the background. And the animal, the bison itself, is mostly brown, light brown, and looks a little bit darker brown on the face and legs. Could perhaps be mud or just wet, but it's generally this light brown color that we see on top. So yes, this is what we had displayed for you. And we could also see in the background there's cloud cover, and looks very light white cloud cover as well. So let us have a look at the sharings.
So Mahaparamashi shares white snow-capped mountains, triangular high-rise buildings. So we definitely have the mountain. There are, and the trees are high-rise, looks like, so buildings. So you definitely have clearly related to what the picture is, that you have clearly related to the mountains, clearly related to high-rise buildings. So it's even it's a tree, but it's a high-rise. All the trees are actually high, very high. So beautifully, you have related with the picture that we have shared with you, ma'am. So beautiful. This is how the Paramashivoham is manifesting through you. So enjoy the manifestation, and again sit with your eyes closed and manifest, enter into the manifestation.
All right, now let us get ready for the second round. So requesting everyone, second round, let's go. Put on the eye bands once again. Ma Yang Yan Hong, you can also take part in this month. Good to have you with us.
Yes, you can cover your eyes.
Getting ready for the second round of power manifestation month. So now let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. The eyes covered. And let us bring our full awareness to our inner space, just below the heart center, just above the navel center. And let us connect deeply to the divine, connect deeply to Paramashiva, connect deeply to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in our inner space, our Anandaganda, just below the heart center and just above the navel center. Let us feel this feeling connection we have to the Master. Let us be in the space of oneness with Paramashiva, the ultimate superconsciousness. Let us connect deeply. And from this space of oneness, let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, continue to chant this Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation. And from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, space of oneness with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. Let us begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda
Now, slowly, very slowly, remove your hands. You can open your hands. Just share what Swamiji revealed to you. Every single detail, understand? every single detail of the image that is getting revealed to you, whether it is the colors, whether it is the particular object, particular being, anything that is there, you can, even the minute details also you can share. Only when you should start sharing the minute details as well, you will know that yes, what is being revealed to you is actually very precise, and you are manifesting the powers more precisely. So make sure that you are sharing anything, even what we call as very small. So let's take a moment and let's share.
Yes, we have sharing from Ma Paramaswarupi. It says colorful, playground, carousel, and people. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
Yes, Ma Nirahankara, Thank Leaping, Jyotikandaya, Ma Ananda Bhurupi. Let's take a moment and let's share. Even all the participants on the YouTube, you can also please let's take a moment and let's share.
All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us take a moment to bring back the image that we had displayed for you. So let's go to the verification stage.
Yes, so as you can see, this as you can see, it's a river, either it's a river or pond, and you can see the deer, you can see the grasses, the tall grasses, and there's a beautiful red color leaves, which is on the right corner top, and looks like the deer got maybe stunned, or he has some attention, maybe somebody who got into, or he just got attention of this photographer. So while the deer was drinking, and he caught the attention, the photographer caught his attention. So yes, so this is a picture, a colorful playground. So colorful, definitely we have all sorts of color here: yellow, white, gray, black, maroon, red, green. And if you go a little more deeper, there are various shades of color as well in this picture. Playground, carousel, people. So of course, we definitely had a person who took the picture. So yes, carousel, playground. Yes, thank you, Ma. Thank you for sharing. Yes, thank you for sharing. And with this, let's move on with today's revelation. So today's revelation is going to be manifesting wealth, accumulating wealth with simple truth. So first of all, understand it is what attitude that we carry towards the wealth that lets us manifest the power or manifest the wealth in our life. That is very intrinsic and important aspect of manifesting or attracting the wealth towards us. So what is that right attitude that we should have to attract wealth in our life? So let's listen directly from Bhagavan himself as he reveals this important secret. Let's begin.
The fifth chapter, Karma Sannyasa Yogam, starts with Arjuna's question. Arjuna uvacha Sannyasam karmanam Krishna Punaryoganja samsasi Yasre yayeta yorekam तन्मे ब्रूहि सुनिश्चितम्. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, first of all you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" I really feel Arjuna must be playing a game. A person who was a king can never be so dumb. Again and again, Krishna is explaining so clearly in every sloka, but Arjuna is coming back to the same point. Either both of them are playing a game so that the Gita can be delivered to the world, or there is no way Arjuna can be saved. There is no other book which is so clear, so direct. There is no other master who is so straight giving instructions. Again Arjuna asks, "O Krishna, first of all you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" You will never be able to solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Please be very clear. You can never solve a problem if you start thinking which will be more beneficial. Before thinking which will be more beneficial, you should be clear of one point: with what scale you want to measure your benefits. That's a basic thing. What is the scale you are going to use to measure whether you are benefited or not, whether you are successful or not? Before thinking whether you are successful or not, before coming to the conclusion whether you are successful or not, you need to know with which scale you are going to measure your life. Before that, unless you know the scale with which you are going to measure your life, you can't jump to conclusion. Jumping to the conclusion should be done with clear intelligence. Small one-liner. What do you call falling out of an airplane without parachute? That is jumping to a conclusion. Jumping to a conclusion. If you do it without a proper scale, you are just jumping to a conclusion. You don't know where you are landing. Before understanding, before measuring your life, whether you are successful or not, you should be clear with what scale you are going to measure your life. In the end of the day, if you are going to measure your life with the scale of dollars, then you have to work only for dollars. In the end of the day, you know with which scale you are going to measure your life. So from morning till evening, you will work only for that goal. End of the day, you know, yes, this is the scale with which I am going to measure my life. You can come to a conclusion whether you are successful or failure. But by the time you reach the evening, the very scale changes. Then what to do? In our life, when we start our life, the scale is different. When we end our life, the scale with which we are measuring whether we are successful or failure, the very scale changes. I can tell one thing, fortunately the scale changes. Only for a matured person scale changes. If you learn the lessons from existence, if you learn the lesson from life, the scale with which you will measure your life, whether you are successful or not, should change. If it does not change, please be very clear, you are going to take one more life from zero. Where you left, you are going to start your life from the same point. Unless you learn the lesson, you are not going to end the game. You are going to play the same game again and again and again. If the scale changes, the scale with which you measure whether you are successful or not, if it changes, it shows you are getting mature. If it stays with the same scale, dollar, if it stays with the same scale, money, please be very clear, not only you will not be able to measure your life clearly, second thing, you will be sure failure, third thing, you will again start your whole game from day one. From day one, how you came to the planet Earth, with the same maturity, you will start your next life also. In all three ways, you will be a failure. A man whose scale has not become mature is a very important thing. If only dollar is your scale, if only outer world comfort is your scale, be very clear, again and again you will feel you could have done little more. You could have done little more. I could have done little more. I think I missed. Let me tell you a small story. One barber, king's barber, that guy used to live a very happy life. Every day morning he will go and shave king's face. King will give 10 coins. He will come back to the house. He will live his life happily with the 10 gold coins. Next day he will again go, shave the barber's face, shave the king's face, come back, have his 10 coins salary, live his life. His life was really beautiful, blissful. Nothing to bother about. There is nothing about which he is worried. He was happy. One day, when he was coming back from king's palace, suddenly he heard a voice. He heard a voice, booming voice. Dear son, do you want pot filled with gold coins? This man said, pot filled with gold coins. But what am I going to do? I have no use for that. My expense is $10 and that is enough. My expense is just 10 gold coin. That is enough. I don't need anything more. The booming voice says, all right, I'll give you 24 hours to think. You can go to your house, you can discuss with your wife, come back tomorrow and tell me. This poor guy, he could have at least kept quiet. He went and opened his mouth to his wife. Now you know, you fool Don't you have sense? You should have brought that jar. And you never did this for me, you never did that for me. Throughout my life, I am wearing the same sari. You have never given me any jewelry. You never got this for me. You never took me here. You never took me there. What did I enjoy after marrying you? I always tell, marriage is 3-ring circus. One is engagement ring. Next is wedding ring. Third is suffering. Engagement ring, wedding ring, and suffering. She starts shouting at him. This guy says, all right, don't worry. The booming voice has given me time. Till tomorrow morning, I have time to decide. Next day morning, I will talk to him and get the pot. He goes there. Next day morning, he asks that voice, please give me that jar. Immediately, Yaksha is appearing there. Yaksha means a man who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. Who has got wealth but who never enjoyed. In India, there will be a lot of this agricultural fields. They will keep 2-3 dogs. The dogs neither they will eat nor they will allow other animals to come and eat. Same way, if you have wealth, neither you enjoy nor you share with others. You are called Yaksha. Yaksha is a person who has got wealth, neither he enjoys nor he shares with the world. I always tell people, either you do dana or you become Mahadani. If you do dana, a little bit you will share and you will also enjoy. Others also will enjoy. If you don't do small danas, you will become Mahadani. Means you will leave everything and go away. Once for all. Yaksha is a person who has got enough wealth, but he never enjoys and never shares with others. Somehow he appears and he says, have this jar. This jar has got 990 gold coins. Just 10 gold coins less. Just 10 gold coins less. The guy brought the gold jar back to the house. He is very happy that he can spend it for at least 990 days. He can be happy. If he spends $10, at least 99 days he can spend. The moment wife got the jar, she said, what is this? The jar is not over. The jar is not overflowing. There is something missing. He said, I don't know. This is the way I got the jar. The Yaksha told me it is a little less. She started worrying. If it is full, overflowing, how nice it will be. It would have been so nice. Anyhow, next day, the barber comes back. She takes all the gold coins and puts it in that jar. She wants the jar to overflow. Again, the jar is little low. It is not full because Yaksha's jar never gets filled. Yaksha's jar means your mind. Your mind is Yaksha's jar. Yaksha's jar is made of our kapala, our head. However you may have, whatever you may get, in 10 days you will feel it is not sufficient. In 10 days your mind will take everything for granted. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Without that, as if your life will not move. That's a basic important thing for your life. Once you achieve it, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. The mind is such, before achieving, even a mustard seed will look like a mountain. Once you achieve, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. She feels there is something missing. Next day again, she takes the money from barber and puts it in the jar. Again it is little low. It's almost, but it is not full. Continuously 1 week she is not giving food for barber. She is not giving anything to him. She takes away all the money and she wants only one thing, that jar should overflow. By 1 week, this fellow has become tired, dull. His face has become very dull. King started inquiring, what happened? You used to look so fresh. What happened to you? For last 1 week, you are tired. And you started thinking about something. You have started worrying. What happened to you? Did you accept Yaksha's jar? King asks him, did you accept any gold part from anybody? Suddenly, Barber is just shocked. He says, "Oh King, how do you know?" King says, "Whomsoever is suffering in this country, whomsoever is unhappy in this country, all of them have accepted Yaksha's jar." Please be very clear. Go back to your house and see, do you have a Yaksha's jar or not? If you are worrying, if you are suffering, there is every chance in your house you are having Yaksha's jar. If you have Yaksha's jar, of course, when I say Yaksha's jar, it may not be there in your house, it will be there in your head. Yaksha's jar is made out of kapala, means the head, which always makes you feel you are not enough, you are not complete, you are not full. The head which makes you think continuously you are not enough, you are not complete, is what is Yaksha's jar. When you go back to your house, check once. Do you have Yaksha's jar in your house? Be very clear. Sometimes Yakshas hand over the jar in the form of bank balance. Don't think you may have just a bar. You may have just a jar. Don't think it will be just only in the form of a jar. It may be in your mind. Man who is continuously feeling that he is not fulfilled, or man who is measuring his whole life with the scale of wealth, will never feel fulfilled. Because he has got Yaksha's jar in his house, he will have only more and more suffering. Yaksha's jar will never be fulfilled. Yaksha's jar will never be filled. First we need to understand with what scale you are going to measure your life, whether your life is beneficial or not. That itself has to be defined. Only then you can enter, you can choose the path. The end of the day, end of your life, at the end of your life, how you are going to measure your life, that whether it was successful or not. Now itself let you be very clear. What is the scale? Here Arjuna asks, Sanyasam karmanam Krishna punar yoganja samsasi yasreya yedayo regam tanme bruhi sunischitam. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two, karma or sannyasa, which of the two is more beneficial? We are all again and again asking this question to ourselves. Man is dilemma. Please be very clear. Your mind is nothing but dilemma. Your mind will be alive as long as you are caught between the extremes. The moment you come to any single conclusion, you will be liberated. The moment you reach any conclusion, you will be liberated. You will be ignorant as long as you are moving from this extreme to that extreme. Don't say ignorance is bliss. If ignorance is bliss, why so many people are suffering in the planet Earth? Why do you think so many are suffering? Ignorance is not bliss. Innocence is bliss. That is different. Innocence means you will not carry a scale with which continuously you will be measuring your life. Ignorance means you will have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill your life according to your scale. If you neither have scale nor have a goal, then no problem. But here, you have intelligence, you have intellect, you have enough of intellect to have a scale, but you are not able to fulfill it. That is what I call ignorance. First thing we need to understand is man as such is a disease. The first and last disease is dilemma. Dilemma is the disease with which he starts his life and ends his life. I can't even say ends. He will be in a dilemma whether to end or not. It is just taken away from him. It is just taken away from him. Why do you think worry kills more people than work? Because more people worry than work. Worry is nothing but dilemma. Here, Arjuna is having a dilemma. Which is more beneficial for me? If you look into the whole life as a utility, some way of benefit, please be very clear, you are creating, you are building your own hell. Life has no separate benefit. Life itself is benefit. You cannot measure your life whether it is success or failure with a scale. If you have a scale, please be very clear. If you don't achieve, you will feel life is a failure. If you achieve, you will face the depression of success. That's all. Both the way, you are going to be in trouble. Life itself is a benefit. If you ask which of the two is more beneficial, that also more beneficial. Business mind, a pure business mind, with the life you cannot do business. Whole life cannot be business. Be very clear. At some point, you need to relax from business. You need to relax from the business mentality. I always tell people, at least half an hour per day, at least 30 minutes per day, do something which will not get dollars for you. Some painting, some writing, some poetry. When you start painting itself, don't start thinking of a big gallery. I'll make all these paintings and put gallery in New York and make money. When you start writing few poems, Don't start thinking of Nobel Prize. I'll publish this and it will become like Gitanjali, then I will have Nobel Prize. No. Without thinking about any result, benefit, just do something. Go to a place like this, some temple, clean it, wipe it. Don't think, I will become leader of volunteer batch. The moment you take the broomstick in your hand, start mopping, start cleaning the room, start cleaning the temple, you start planning how to have a volunteer batch and how to become leader of that batch. All you need to do is only one thing, a simple technique. The whole thing is now reduced to one line message. Let all your mental thoughts, let all your physical deeds be directed towards the gratitude to the divine. Don't work out of fear or greed, because whatever you achieve out of your greed, you are not going to feel fulfilled. It's like pouring ghee into the fire. Can you quench the fire by pouring ghee into it? Never. So you will never be able to feel the fulfillment. So all your actions done out of greed will only make your senses weak and tired. Same way, all your laziness done out of fear will only make your mind restless, because you may not do anything physically, but your mind will be worrying. If you have become karma yogi out of greed, your senses will be only weakened, because how much you will run? All the running will make only your senses weak. If you become sannyasi out of fear, again, you may not do anything physically, but whole day you will be sitting and worrying. A small story, one-liner. When a man don't have money, the problem is money. When he has got money, the problem is sex. When he has got sex, the problem is comforts. When he has got comforts, when everything goes well, he starts worrying about the death. He has started bothering about the death. He has started thinking about death. Something or other will be going on in your mind. Don't think people who have become sannyasis, who are sitting in the Himalayas, they are in the bliss. They are in ecstasy. No. Unless they change the attitude, they cannot experience joy. Unless the attitude changes, they cannot experience bliss. Bliss is directly related to your attitude. Being, doing and having. Your whole life will be directed to doing and having if you are caught in fear and greed. If you center yourself into the being, doing and having, both will happen through you with a tremendous ecstasy. Never work out of greed, because that is waste. Never work out of fear. Again it is waste. Never become silent out of fear, because there is nothing to lose. Never become silent out of fear, because why should you be afraid? Whether you are afraid or not, everything is going to be taken away. Why not be blissful? Same way, never work out of greed, because whatever you achieve is going to be taken away. Then why should you waste your life in working? Both the corners. Understand? There is a beautiful story. One man goes to Ramakrishna and asks for money as a blessing. Ramakrishna will never bless for money. He will never bless for money. He goes to Ramakrishna and asks, Master, please bless me. I should have wealth. Finally, Ramakrishna says, all right, let you have wealth. You'll be surprised. He was working. He was not working, actually, he used to collect paper from road. The roadside, he will collect the papers. And he will go to house and collect the old paper and make money out of it. He used to make his living out of it. The day Ramakrishna blessed, something happened. Within 10 years, he became the owner of a very big magazine called Ananda Bazar Patrika. If you are from Calcutta, you know. The founder of Ananda Bazar Patrika is disciple of Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna blessed him, you will have wealth. Till today the magazine is running. And you will be surprised. You don't have kids. You don't have kids. In the end of the life he says, oh God, now I realize I asked for wealth from Master. Now I understand. Throughout my life, I did only one thing. I worked like a donkey, that's all, nothing else. I created the whole thing and I am now leaving it and going away. I just worked for somebody who is going to enjoy this wealth. So if you work out of greed, please be very clear, one day you will repent. One day you will repent. Why do you think parents are so possessive of children? Because they have vengeance inside. I worked, created so much wealth, I am leaving it for you. Why don't you fellow obey for my words? Listen to my words. All the possessiveness comes because you suffered and created the wealth. That is why you have so much of possessiveness. You try to control them so much. If the wealth is created without suffering, when you give also, it will be like a graceful. You will give gracefully as a gift. You will not bind him in so many ways. You will not torture him. You will not expect him to do so many things. You will not play with your wealth. You will clearly write will in an open way. Why do you think people write always their will secretly? Why do you think people write their will secretly? So that they will be dangling the carrot. It is nothing but dangling the carrot. The guy should be continuously behind them. The person who has created wealth out of suffering, when he gives the wealth, he will share, he will give the suffering also. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I hear that parents' karma will come to the son. Children, is it true? Surely the sins and merits of the parents will not come to you, but the mental setup will come to you. Because they will try to force that on you. They will try to force that mental setup on you. They will expect that you should live as they want. They will try. We always try to fulfill our ambitions through our kids. If you want to become doctor, if you have not achieved, if you have not become doctor, you try to fulfill your ambition through your kids. You try to fulfill your ambitions through the next generation. Never do that. If you do that, you will be destroying their life. You will be sharing not only your wealth, your suffering also. The man who created the wealth out of suffering will give suffering to the person to whom he gives the wealth. And next thing, if he is not able to torture the son or the daughter who is receiving the wealth, he will start suffering. If he knows this fellow is not going to listen to me, he is not going to live as I want, he will start suffering. I am leaving all these things, believing him. I don't know what will happen. I don't know what he will do. When he dies, he will have worst death. he will be like a yaksha. He will come back and sit on that property. Be very clear. He will not let even his son to enjoy that property. He will come back and sit on that property. I have seen many litigation cases. The parents, when they give their wealth to kids, somehow or other, even after 30, 40 years, the kids will not be able to enjoy the wealth. Be very clear, it means the property is with Yaksha. The guy has come back and he is sitting as Yaksha in the property. Neither he will enjoy nor he will allow others to enjoy. If the property will be in Indian litigation, Indian court. In Indian courts, you know, when judgments come. The last judgment day. Only on that day all the judgments are given. And when the last judgment day, neither you know, nor I know. I don't know whether God knows or not. There is a small story. American president goes to God and asks God, when our country will become number one? God says, 50 years. Then he thinks, array 50 years, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. He starts weeping. Next, Russian president goes and asks God, God, when will our country become first? He says, 100 years. Oh, neither I will be alive nor my son will be alive. He starts weeping. Indian chief, he goes and asks God, God, when will India become chief? God starts weeping. I don't know whether I will be alive or not. Till that time, I don't know whether I will be alive or not. So be very clear, whenever the judgment comes, it takes its own sweet time. For a file to move from one table to another table, if the file grows the leg and moves by itself, only then it is possible. Otherwise, it takes its own sweet time. What to do? Truth has to be told, nothing else can be done. We have to share the truth. It means the Yaksha is sitting. Again and again, we share what we create. That's what I always tell people. If the wealth is created out of pain body, you will transfer the pain body also to the next generation along with the wealth. If it is created out of just relaxed mood, out of voluntary decision, or I can say without any strong motivation. One important thing we should understand, working without motivation is completely unheard in the West. All the people who are working in the field of mind, psychologists, psychiatrists, the people who do research in the field of mind, all the scientists always emphasize, without motivation you cannot work. That is why so many motivational gurus in the West. West is haunted by motivational gurus. So many motivational gurus. Please be very clear, these scientists, these psychologists, these doctors have come to the conclusion after doing analysis on patients, not on an enlightened man. They never had a specimen of a Buddha. They never encountered an enlightened man. That is the reason they say work without motivation is impossible. I tell you, work without motivation is the only work. Work without motivation will never make you tired. Will never make you tired. Every moment you will be ecstatic. You will be working out of bliss. First he gives the technique to enter into that state. Then he says, if you can stay in the same state, you are liberated.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue.
Yes, welcome back. One for revelation that from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the right attitude towards wealth. To understand that if we don't have the right attitude towards wealth, wealth is simply not going to be around us. By having this right attitude towards wealth, understanding what wealth is and how we can attract this wealth, then the wealth will simply manifest in our lives. Let us now continue on with an internalization exercise. So once again, the right attitudes towards creating wealth.
Yes. So let all your mental thoughts, let all your physical deeds be directed towards the gratitude towards the divine. Yes. Whatever you do, whatever thoughts that you carry, whatever physically that you do, any actions that you do, let everything be directed towards the divine, towards the gratitude towards the divine. And one more important thing, don't work out of greed or fear, because whatever you achieve out of fear, you are not going to be fulfilled. Yes, that's a very important thing you need to understand. Whatever you achieve, whether it is out of fear or greed, you are not going to be fulfilled. And it is just like pouring ghee. How you pour ghee into the fire becomes much bigger. It's not going to stop the fire. It's actually making the fire much bigger. So by pouring the ghee in the fire, you cannot quench the fire. The same way, you will never get to feel the fulfillment, whether through the greed. So you will never get and even all your actions done out of greed will only make your senses weak and tired.
So in the same way, all your laziness that is done out of fear will only make your mind restless. Because you may not be doing it physically, but your mind will be worrying. So all the laziness that is done, so all the actions, including your laziness, that is done out of greed or fear, and in this case, probably more fear than greed, will only make your mind restless. So you understand this great truth.
And your fears are actually rooted in Swadhisthana chakra. Means the chakra which is situated below the navel. So 2 inches below the navel, that is your Swadhisthana chakra. That is where all your fear emotions are stored. And your greed is rooted in Muladhara chakra, the chakra which is in the root of the spine, which is at the root of your spinal cord. So these are the 2 emotions, whether it is fear or greed, those are associated with these 2 chakras, the Muladhara chakra and the next Swadhisthana chakra.
All right, so now let us enter into a technique. So having the right attitude towards wealth. Let's all sit straight with your head, neck, and back in a straight line, and let us close our eyes. So requesting everyone to please have your camera switched on, and let's take part in this technique. So Ma Paramaswarupini, Atma Jyotikananda Aya, Ma Ananda Guru Rupini, Shaman Muse Ma, and Shri Maha Sharbeshwara, requesting everyone please switch on your cameras, be available in the camera frame. Let us take part in this technique. Requesting everyone to please come on camera. All right, so let's sit straight. Close your eyes. Let your head, neck, and back be in a straight line. And let's intensely pray to that ultimate energy, Parabrahma Krishna, to give the experience of this meditation to us. First thing, visualize that all your senses are completely shut. Visualize your eyes are completely closed. Your eyes are shut. Don't allow any visualization to happen inside your being. No visualization. So not only closing the eyelids, but close the eyes. No visualization. Visualize your eyeballs have become completely dark. And you are seeing only darkness in front of you.
Now, visualize your ears are shut. Visualize your sense of touch is shut. Visualize your smelling capacity is shut. So you're not hearing anything, you're not feeling anything, you're not smelling anything. Now next visualize your face is shut. Feel deeply, all the five senses are shut. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows in the third eye, and in a very relaxed way, let you be aware of the space between the two eyebrows. Don't concentrate, don't tense yourself. In a very relaxed way, deeply relax.
Let your Muladhara chakra be relaxed. The root of the spine. Let the root of your spine be relaxed. Let your Swadhisthana chakra, your being center, just below the navel, let it also be relaxed. Let your whole consciousness come up to the Anya chakra, just between the eyebrows, your third eye. And let you concentrate in the space between the eyebrows. Relax in the Anya chakra, the third eye, just between the eyebrows.
Now visualize cool, soothing light in the Angya chakra, the space between the two eyebrows. And relax. Relax in the Angya chakra. Forget everything. Forget the world. Forget all other parts of your body. Forget your mind. Forget the world. Remember only the Angya chakra. And relax in the same state in your Angya chakra.
Now, go deeply into the Anya chakra, in the space between the two eyebrows. Visualize a beautiful, cooling, soothing light in the Anya chakra. Let you experience beautiful, blissful light in your third eye, your Anya chakra. Don't tense yourself. Let your awareness be in the Anya chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. Let you rest in the space between the two eyebrows in a very relaxed way.
Let you relax in the same space of eternal consciousness. Let you be beyond the body, the mind. Let your intelligence be awakened. Let you work your eternal consciousness. Let you have the pleasant awareness of Angya chakra. Now, slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes, you can relax, and let you be in the same mood. Start staying in the same mode at least for next 10 days. Maintain the same mode.
All right, you can relax now. You relax from this meditation. This beautiful technique that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has given us. Now let us get ready to move into a detox segment with some truths from Ayurveda. So we'll have a look at detoxing with Haritaki powder. So Swamiji has talked on many occasions about many benefits of Haritaki powder. It is, as Ayurveda itself claims, Haritaki is much more than your mother. It does more good to you than your own mother. See, understand, when we worry, each worry becomes a small bubble of ulcer in our intestines. Haritaki will not allow that psychological pattern to settle like a sediment in our system. So if we have Haritaki every day, it won't settle even in the physical level. So even physically, it will just be cleansed and kicked out. So this is just in terms of the worry. So we might be thinking, how does worry turn into a physical thing? Each worry, because we are, see, understand it is a psychosomatic incident. Your health is all about psychosomatics. It is in our mind, we create this ease that causes diseases in our mind, and that comes through worry, fear, and so forth. And each one of these becomes like a small bubble of ulcer that settles inside our intestines. This is how it starts growing. It starts becoming into the physical world, into the physical realm, and it stops our body from acting at its peak capacity, being in its peak capacity. So each worry is a bubble of ulcer that settles in our intestine, and taking Haritaki will not let it settle in our system. And it's not just that it is cleansed, it is kicked out, it is removed. So this is one way that Haritaki helps.
And there are other benefits of Haritaki. As Swamiji has mentioned multiple times, when you take Haritaki powder, this increases your oxygen level in your body 300%, and 300% times it increases oxygen level in your body, and it cleanses the whole system. So this is much, even if you do pranayama, this is much more than the pranayama itself. When you take Haritaki powder, it just increases 300% of your oxygen level. And one important truth about Haritaki powder, when you take Haritaki powder, you can understand the subtle truths. Yes, see, hearing the truth is one thing. When you cognize it, when you understand it, only then it becomes part of your biomemory. Haritaki, when you take Haritaki daily, these subtle truths that Swamiji reveals, the cosmic truths, becomes part of your biomemory. And if there is a heaviness or the constipation in the stomach, which is the usual state of almost all human beings, and you will not, when you are in this state, you will not realize, you will not listen, and you will not understand. Most of the time, half the time, the human beings are switched off. That's why when you take Haritaki, you'll not have that constipation, heaviness in the stomach.
So how to take Haritaki? 1 full teaspoon of Haritaki powder with 1 glass, perhaps a little warm water. If you can't swallow it, you can take Haritaki tablets. Just make sure that the tablet casing itself is a pure vegetarian or vegan source. And understand that powder is best. So whether you have powder, Haritaki, just as a teaspoon or in form of tablets, powder is best. It heals the gums, especially if you have bleeding. Anything in the gums, it helps with because you're taking the powder in your mouth. It heals the gums and it stops if you have issues with any bleeding and anything else that is related to the gums, perhaps even mouth smell. It will completely heal that. It will remove all of that. And one more thing, understand, let's reiterate this again. It increases the oxygen level 300%, so 3 times it increases. And it cleanses the entire system. And how to take it? So once again, we take 1 full teaspoon with a glass of perhaps a little bit of warm water. It is important to have it just before you go to sleep. So it will do its work overnight. And in the morning, you may need to go to the bathroom to release all these everything that it has worked on in your stomach, in your intestines, to cleanse these perhaps worry bubbles, ulcers, and so forth. It removes all of that, and in the morning you just release all of that. So it does its greatest work overnight. So you take 1 teaspoon, 1 full teaspoon with water just before going to sleep. If you have any questions in terms of Haritaki, you can let us know, and we'll be keen to answer. Meanwhile, let us get ready for the next segment, which is power manifestation. And today's power is the power of Mahasiddhis. We'll be looking at the power of Ashta Mahashaktis, reducing the weight of any object made of composite materials. So we'll be reducing the weight of objects. So for this, we require all the participants to please select an object, any object that you have that is made of composite material. So something that has 2 different types of material within it. Before that, we're going to enter into the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural references for this very science, the power of Ashtamaha Shakti.
Yes. So the third pramana is taken from Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verse 76 to 78. And the verse goes as Maranam khadyate tena takena pi khadyate tasyasit paramasidhir animadi guna prada vayu sancharate dehe rasavriddhi bhave dhruvam akasha pankajagala iyusamapi vardhate. And the translation of this beautiful verse goes as death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as anima, lakhima, mahima, etc. The Vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased, which is rasa vriddhi. The nectar exuding from the lateral lotus, akasha pankaja, also increases in him. So this is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. So let's get ready to enter into the power manifestation. So hope all of you have gathered a metal object made of composite metals, composite material. We'll be reducing the weight of that object that you have taken. So it can be any household items. It can be a cutting board from your kitchen, a measuring cup, even a tennis racket, even a small furniture, any equipment from your household which is made of composite material. So just pick a random object and measure the weight of the object. This is the first step, measuring the weight of the object. This is going to be an initial measurement, and then after the power manifestation, once again you'll be measuring the weight and comparing it with the initial measurement, checking whether it is how you went through the power manifestation. So let's get ready. Sit with your head and spine in a straight line. Hope all of you have the object and you have already measured the weight of the object. All right, so let's sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Understand, the moment you sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line, you are facilitating the Kundalini to rise up, the energy to rise up. Just sit with your eyes closed and unclutch from every single thought. Just be a witness to your thoughts and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And the moment you remember Swamiji, you invoke his presence. Now gently bring your awareness to the third eye and through your third eye, gaze at Swamiji's third eye. And with intense declaration to manifest this power, let's start chanting the Mahavaka. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now have that intense declaration and give the command for the object to reduce its weight. With this, let's enter into this round of power manifestation. Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Gently let light come back into your eyes. Now let us take a moment and take the second measurement of the object that we had been affecting the weight of. So reducing the weight of the object made of composite materials. So requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame. And those of you that are following us on YouTube, you can also let us know if you have taken part in this power manifestation. You can let us know how you went. So take the second measurement of the object, of the weight of the object, and let us know whether you are able to decrease the weight, reduce the weight of the object. So requesting Ma Charmaine Muse, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Atma Jyotikananda Aya, Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, and Ma Jang Deeping. If you could all please switch on your cameras and share with us how you went for this power manifestation, reducing the weight of the object. So today's power manifestation is reducing weight of an object. Right now, we are looking at an composite material object. So some object that is made of two or more types of material. So it could be, for example, a tennis racket, perhaps something in the pantry, perhaps something from the kitchen, whatever it might be, some sports equipment. So requesting everyone, if you have taken part in this power manifestation, let us know how you went.
So measure the second weight of the object and compare it with the initial measurement. And let us know whether it has increased, whether it has decreased, or even if there is no change, you can mention that also.
All right. So meanwhile, if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us get ready for the next segment, which is going to be another revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from the Shiva Sutras. Swamiji will be revealing to us how to transcend our desires. To understand desires are not wrong. It's not wrong to have desires. But to be stuck with the desires is wrong. To be infatuated by the desires is wrong. So Swamiji will be letting us know how to transcend desires. So requesting everyone that is sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And After the revelations, we'll also have a meditation technique for the same. So let's sit comfortably. Let's bring our full awareness, give our full attention to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's begin.
In Sanskrit, we call viraga. Understand? Viraga means going beyond attachments. Vairagya. Going beyond. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means going beyond attachment and detachment. Going beyond desires and desirelessness. Let me read the sutra. I'll give the translation of the sutra. Then enter into the sutra. Enter into the truth. When some desire comes, consider it. Then suddenly quit. Suddenly unclutch and experience the truth in you. It's a very simple sutra. Very simple. That is why it's so complicated. All simple things need you to be simple. Understand? When the truth is delivered in a simple way, they take it for granted. You are already in a simple space, in an innocent space. Here, Shiva is delivering a beautiful truth. I can say this is essence of all spiritual literatures. Essence of all spiritual literatures. One more thing you need to understand. Never you can have the benefits of spirituality unless you practice it, go into it honestly. People come and ask me, Swamiji, is there a shortcut to enlightenment? I tell them, only when you drop the idea of shortcut, you will achieve enlightenment. As long as you have the idea of the shortcut, shortcut means what? Trying to grab something without putting your energy or effort to it. Fortunately, there is no shortcut to enlightenment. Otherwise, you will suffer. See, great energy, great understanding, great truths should happen to us only when we are matured enough to receive it. When you are not matured enough, if you are just greedy of the truth, seeing a life or joy or bliss of an enlightened being, be very clear, you will create trouble for yourself. I have seen many times, people see the joy, they see the ecstasy and energy I radiate, and they become greedy of the state in which I am living. But when I ask them to go through the steps, they say, no, this is not what we wanted. Understand? It's real fun. This is not what we wanted. They think just a learning or few words can give you the ultimate truth. No. Physical health or personality development happens as a side effect or as a byproduct when you go towards the enlightenment. But spirituality is not just for your health or your mental well-being or just self-development. Do not stop or do not think that is everything. That is where the problem starts. I have seen people. They see the space in which enlightened being is living, or the joy or the energy radiates, but they can't work to be in that space, to achieve that space. Spiritual growth cannot be extension of your being. There should be a complete unclutching between what you were and what you are. There should be a clear unclutching, disconnection between the past and the present. I have seen in the West many kinds of the self-development programs or the personality development programs becoming successful and popular. They became very successful and popular because they do not teach the true spirituality. They just do a little bit of cosmetic job, like a good cream for skin, or little bit of massage. That's all. And you feel good about it. But the true spirituality is not massage, operation. It is radiation. True spirituality, true enlightenment is straight away penetrating your being. Then you get frightened. Then you get frightened. Shiva is saying here, when some desire comes, consider it, then suddenly quit it, unclutch from it. It's a very strong truth. Straight away he is telling, whenever a desire arises in you, consider, means just see, don't judge. If you judge they are wrong, you will not be able to drop. The moment you say something is wrong, unconsciously you have started enjoying it. Because from the young age, you are trained to enjoy which society says wrong. Shiva is not here just to give you a little massage or just to give you a little cream. No. He is here to straight away transform your whole being. He will put his hand straight away on the tumor and remove it. He will straight away do the radiation. He is talking to disciple, not just to a visitor. Understand? Visitor is a person who feels greed towards the joy or the energy which Master radiates. Disciple is a person who is courageous enough to go through the process and imbibe the truth. Disciple is totally different from a visitor. Here, Devi is living with Shiva. She is a disciple. First, I should narrate the story of Devi, consort of Shiva. Then you will understand to whom these great truths can be delivered, who is qualified to receive those truths. Devi was born to a king called Himaraja. He was called as a Daksha Raja also. His father was a great king, very big king. Naturally, she lived a luxurious life, very luxurious life. But when she decided, I'm going to stay with Mahadeva, stay with Shiva. She just decided, I am going to go and stay with him. Mahadeva, Shiva was living in burial ground, cremation ground. He did not have his own house. He did not have his own home. He is homeless. He is a great yogi, Mahatapasvi. If you see all the things around Shiva, things which society does not want, because he is such a compassionate being, all the useful things he gives it away to the society. His ornaments are very cheap Rudraksha beads, not diamonds and gold. His staying place is a smashana, cremation ground, not any palace. All useful things he gives it away to the society. He uses only what is not useful to the society. When Devi wants to go and stay with Mahadeva, Shiva, her father is objecting. No, you can't go and stay with him. You will not be comfortable. You won't be happy. He doesn't have things to take care of you. She says beautifully, here I may be luxurious but not blissful. With him I may not have the luxury, but I will be blissful. Devi leaves everything and her father is warning her, if you go leaving me, you should not come back, because now it is a prestige problem. Daughter living with some beggar. She said, that's okay. She left everything, went and stayed with Mahadeva in the Himalayan hills. To her, he is teaching. That is why he is able to give the truth straight away. I always tell people, to receive the truth straight away, you need tapas, means austere life. You need to go through the penance. Only then truth can be shared as it is. See, truth presented to people who are just going to use that to develop a little bit of their life, like a lubrication. Nothing more than that. Just a lubrication, little bit of lubrication. They will go back to the same life and society and live in the same way. That is one kind of crowd. For them, you can't share the truth as it is. You will have to do different packaging. Just the way in which their greed can be awakened. They can be satisfied. But there is another one kind of a truth. We call that as Paramarthika Satya in Sanskrit. The ultimate truth, who are really seekers, and who are ready to go through the penance, who are ready to go through the austerity, who are really interested in transformation, not just consolation. I have seen many times. People get inspired to enter into the spiritual life just because a little bit of solution which they experience in the beginning. No. I tell them no. Spirituality is not just life solutions. It is life transformation. It is life transformation. You radiating the truth will happen only when you are ready for austerity, only when you are ready for the truth, only when you are ready to leave what you think as you, only when you are ready to disconnect and clutch from what you think as you. When some desire arises, when some desire comes, consider it and then suddenly drop it, unclutch from it. Very simple. In one sutra, Shiva is finishing and he says, just be enlightened. Actually, you don't need more words to experience the truth at all. For any person to become enlightened, this is more than enough. This is more than enough. Here, Shiva is telling the essence of everything. The essence is already here, available. He says, when some desire comes, when some desire arises, unclutch. He is not telling, slowly do, little bit this. No Vishivashi. Straight away he is telling, when some desire arises, consider it. Consider it means witness it. Don't judge. Just see it. See. Then the moment you are seen it, unclutch from it. He is teaching pure renunciation. People may ask, how can it be possible? How can we renounce? Then suffer, nothing wrong. That's all. Simple. People come and ask me many times, renunciation is very difficult, Swamiji. How to renounce? I tell them, don't bother, then suffer. Then life will teach you two things. Either you learn from enlightened master or life will teach you. Life is going to teach you. If you learn from master, it will be a lot more easy because he will talk to you in the language which you can directly understand. Life, the language life speaks, you may not directly understand it. So it will give you strong punches. By that time, you start realizing those punches. By that time, you start interpreting and understanding the messages conveyed to you through the life, through the incidents in your life, the incidents which it is creating in your life. It will be too late. Understand? Either you learn from master directly, who is talking to you the same English in which you understand, the English in which you also communicate, you also relate. If you learn from him, it will be a lot more easy because you don't have to go through the painful experiences straight away. See, it's more like he has done a big research and development and he knows the truths of the inner software. Here he is ready with the software. Just download and start living it. But when you want to create your own software, of course you can. Then you have to live your life, go through the experiences. By the time you learn how to pick up the lessons from the experiences, how to interpret the experiences, you are ready to die. Life is over. Life is over. In Sanskrit, we have two words, Anubhava, Anubhuti. Anubhava means lessons you learn from the experiences. Understand? Anubhava means
the experience, and learning lessons. For example, first you touch the charcoal fire and say, oh, charcoal fire will burn. Then you touch the cigarette fire. Oh, cigarette fire also will burn. Then you touch lighter fire. Oh, lighter fire also will burn. Like this, you touch all varieties of fire. By the time you understand all fire will burn, your body will be ready to be burned. This is what we call anubhava, learning through experience. It goes on and on and on. Next is called anubhuti, learning from intelligence, learning from enlightenment. Example for this anubhuti is, once you touch one fire and get burnt, immediately you realize, oh, all fire will burn. This is called anubhuti. Understand? Anubhava will demand, learning through experience will demand your whole life, painful. In the end, you will say the same thing which Shiva is saying. You will say the same thing which Buddha is saying. You will see the same thing what Jesus is saying. You will see the same thing which Mahavira is saying. All the great masters, what they are saying, you will see it and say it, but it will be too late. It will be little too late. Somebody goes to Ramakrishna, a great enlightened being, lived in India in 19th century. I think end of the in 1886 he passed away. He left the body. Great being, great enlightened master. Somebody goes to him and asks, Master, is there a way to connect outer world and the inner world and live with both? Ramakrishna says, yes, there is a way. You can enjoy both. But first, you have to achieve the inner world. First, achieve the inner world means first, forget about the outer world. Put your energy, turn your energy towards the inner world. Achieve the inner space. Then suddenly you will see, you will have the outer world but not disturbed by it. He gives a beautiful example. Boat, which always stays on the water, but water should never stay inside the boat. Boat can stay on the water, but water can't stay on the boat. Achieving the inner space, which is not moved by anything. Achieving the intense energy and excitement, which is independent of anything, is a basic need. Here, Shiva is also saying the same thing. First, let you achieve the inner space. Let you achieve the inner space. Unless that happens in you, no help is possible. I have seen many people using the great spiritual truths in a different way, promising to develop yourself as a personality development programs, or to create wealth, or to create some other things of the outer world to you. I can also sell with that packaging. It's not a big thing. It is not a big thing. But understand, the truth, the ultimate truth is totally different. The truth of enlightenment is totally different. And I really feel this happened because you do not go to learn the truth from the source. To reach the source, you need to walk up the hill. So you are now dependent on the bottled waters who are labeling it. No, it is from the source. It may be from the source. By the time they bottle it, label it, and bring it to you, enough corruption has happened. Enough of dilution has happened. Enough of pollution has happened. At least with water, we have some system. We can transport it without pollution, but with the truth, the moment it goes to somebody's head, and if he does not become enlightened, and if it comes out, it is polluted, corrupted. It's already corrupted. I always tell people, even if it is a little difficult, learn from enlightened sources. Learn from authentic tradition. It will be little difficult. They will take little time. They will demand little austerity. They will demand little bit of penance, tapas. They will demand little time and energy and your attention. But you will reach the truth. You will achieve the truth. There is no instant packaging. There is no shortcut for enlightenment. Mahadeva is saying, when some desire arises, consider it, then suddenly unclutch from it. He is not telling, cherish the desire, it's okay. No. He is saying, suddenly unclutch. Before even the mind starts arguing with you, should I unclutch or not? Suddenly unclutch. If you are arguing with the mind, you will never unclutch. I always tell people, don't think before you jump. If you think, you will never jump. See in your life, if you are thinking, you will never jump. You will jump only the moment you stop thinking. Only when you stop thinking, you will take decision. Don't think before you jump. People always tell, think twice before you jump. I say no. If you think, you will never jump. Here Mahadeva is telling, suddenly unclutch. Before even your mind becomes aware, unclutch. You are enlightened. There is a beautiful story. One lady goes to Ramakrishna, great master, and says, Master, my husband is threatening that he will become a Swami. He will leave me and go away. He will renounce the life and go away. Ramakrishna says, don't bother, never it will happen. She was very surprised. She says, no, he is talking very seriously. He is not just joking. Then Ramakrishna tells the incident. Like this, one guy was threatening his wife that I will go away, I will become a Swami, I will renounce and go away. Actually, this is a technique used by frustrated men in India to threaten women. Now really, because in India, women are not economically independent. So if she nags too much, this is the way this guy will respond. So this guy says, I'll go away, I'll become a monk, Swami. she goes and complains to his elder brother, that guy's elder brother, and says, your brother is threatening me that he will become a Swami. Please advise him. Elder brother says, don't bother. Never it will happen. Again, she's asking, how you say never it will happen? He's very serious. He's talking really seriously. He says, no. How a person will become a Swami? Understand. Now see. And just this guy took his cloth and threw it away. Just took one towel and went away. Left the house and became a Swami. The elder brother shows, this is the way people will become a Swami. And he really becomes Swami. Person who talks will never do. Person who is thinking will never do. Person who is thinking will never jump. Ramakrishna tells this story and tells her, consoles her. Don't bother. Person who threatens will never move. Shiva is speaking to a different kind of personalities and different kinds of people. The today's technique is for a true seeker who is serious about enlightenment. I have seen different kinds of seekers who are very happy only to talk about it, never to work for it. Who are little courageous to take one or two steps but not to go with it. Very few guys, courageous ones. I call them Dhira. Dhira means courage to travel, courage to live it, courage to leave everything else. Today, Mahadeva is talking. Mahadeva is giving techniques for that kind of intelligent, energetic, courageous people. He gives techniques for all kinds of people. First level, who are just interested in talking, but not doing about it. Second level, who are interested in talking and taking one or two steps, but not more than that. And the true seekers. He gives techniques for every level. But this is the technique for the people who are tired of being cunning. If you are tired of being lazy, if you have suffered enough with your dilemma, if you have suffered enough with your mind, then this is technique for you. If somebody is, people come and tell me, Swamiji, what you teach is really wonderful, amazing truth. But how to practice? I am not so mature to practice these great truths as it is. Then I tell them, suffer a little more and come back. The truth as it is, the truth as the truth just transforms, just makes you completely a different being. Whenever some desire arises in you, consider it, see it, witness it, understand it. Suddenly, before your mind is ready with arguments, unclutch from it. It's a very powerful technique. Very powerful technique. When you suddenly unclutch, a quantum jump will happen in you. If you are announcing step by step, you will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. You will never achieve the reality, enlightenment. No. Step by step, never growth happens. Enlightenment is either now or never. complete yes or complete no. Never happens step by step, never point by point, never like a degree, no, never like a gradual process. Powerful technique which you can use it every day, even when you sit morning. If you feel the hunger or thirst, desire to drink water, food, just sit with the desire. Consider it. Don't say right or wrong. Just unclutch before your mind brings up any argument. You may ask, then I should not eat or what? That is secondary. When you are really hungry, when it goes beyond unclutching, you will simply eat. That is different. But this unclutching can surely reduce the number of times and the quantity which you eat. Any desire, whether it is about anger, desire to express your anger, or desire to express your lust, desire to express anything, or desire for some object, just sit, consider the desire, and suddenly, before even your mind is ready, unclutch from it. Unclutch from it. Shiva is giving so many wonderful methods for so many different kinds of beings. The today's technique is for powerful, intense, courageous seekers who are tired of their same way of living, who are really tired of dilemmas, who have suffered enough with their mind, who have lived enough, and who understand the cunningness of their mind. This technique is for them. This technique is for those courageous, few living beings. Suddenly decide, when you consider a desire, suddenly decide that you will unclutch over and do not allow the arguments and just be with that unclutched space. See what happens to you. See what happens to you. Maybe now for a few minutes we can sit effortlessly and try how we are able to practice this, how we are able to internalize this. Understand, this technique is not even to be practiced every day. No. This is supposed to be practiced effortlessly, internalized effortlessly. Suddenly at one day, you will unclutch from the very desire of holding on to this body. You will just unclutch. Now, close your eyes for a few minutes. I'll guide you how to consider the desires and how to suddenly unclutch from it before your mind brings any argument. Please close your eyes. Sit in a relaxed way. If some desires are arising in you, maybe desire to open your eyes or desire to move your body, any desire, just see that desire. Don't judge. There may be so many desires. Do not witness. Do not judge. Do not say right or wrong. Do not suppress. Just see. Don't say, don't think your desire is right or wrong. Just see it. Let your eyes be closed. Let all the desires arise in you. Don't suppress them. Don't judge them. Don't say they are right or wrong. Just let them happen. Suddenly, before even your mind recognizes, unclutch from all the desire and relax. Do not argue, do not logically decide, do not decide based on right or wrong. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. Let your eyes be closed. Just unclutch from all the thoughts. Anything comes up, just unclutch. Just disconnect. Don't judge. Don't say it is right. Don't say it is wrong. Just disconnect. Unclutch. Om Nithyanandam. Relax. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Try, whenever you are caught by strong emotions or strong desires, just sit with it. Don't judge. Don't say right or wrong. Consider it and suddenly unclutch from it without even allowing your logic to question, to come up. When you unclutch, you will see the truth in you.
Yes, welcome back. Beautiful revelations there from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Whenever you have attachments to desires, just simply unclutch without even thinking twice, without getting into the details. Just the moment you realize, just unclutch. So just like to take a moment to welcome, we have some more people that have, some more participants that have joined us. We have Ma Anyana Pradata, Nithyananda Ma, welcome. And we also have Ma Nithyananda Priya, Nithyananda Ma, welcome. Good to have you with us. And we also have Ma Chao Yu Fang, Nithyananda. So thank you everyone for joining us. So this is day number 18 of the Paramashivoham program, or the 21-day program. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Today it is all about wealth. So today is accumulating wealth around you with simple truths. So we have just gone through a couple of revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on how to have the right attitude towards creating wealth, and then how to transcend your desires. So this is directly from the Shiva Sutras. And just now we had a meditation on transcending your desires. Next, we'll be jumping into the power manifestation. And the power manifestation for today is the power of reducing the weight of objects. And for this round, we will be looking at objects made of metal. So we'll be decreasing weight of any object made of metal. So requesting everyone, let us gather some objects made of metal that we would like to reduce the weight of. So requesting everyone, and also requesting everyone that has the camera switched off or is not available in the camera frame, if you could please make yourself available in the camera frame. We have Ma Charmaine News, we have Atma Jyotikananda, we have Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, we have Kalpataru Ma Zhang Li Ping, and we also have Ma Chao Yu Fang. If you could please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame for this power manifestation. So requesting everyone, first of all, the first thing we need to do is gather an object made of metal, and we'll be reducing the weight of the object made of metal. Now, once you have this object ready, then let us take a measurement of the weight of the object. So there's a number of different ways. If you have a scale that you can measure it on, so whether it's a kitchen scale, whether it's a bigger normal personal scale, weighing scale, or whether if it's small enough, you can use perhaps just the phone application. So a phone application on your phone that can approximate the weight of an object just by using the phone sensors, or otherwise just by holding it in your hand and seeing how it feels, how heavy, how light it feels. So all of these, you can use all of these methods. Any of these methods you can use to measure the metal object that you wish to reduce the weight of. So once again, requesting everyone, please gather a metal object and let's get ready for this power manifestation to reduce the weight of the object. So Ma Maha Jnana Pradata, Ma Nithyananda Priya, if you could also gather a metal object and let us enter into this power manifestation. Any metal object would do. All right, so once you have gathered a metal object that you wish to reduce the weight of, and you have taken an initial measurement of the weight of the object, you can perhaps just feel in your hand, see how it feels, how heavy the object feels.
Also, you can try manifesting this power on two identical objects. So one would be a reference object and one would be an object on which you'll manifest the power. And later on, you can compare the weights of the two by a simple weighing balance or any simple way of just measuring which one is heavier. So it'd be very easy to observe the heavier side will go down in a weighing balance. So if you have two identical objects, that is also a very easy way of manifesting this power and verifying at the same time. Ideally, it is best to have electronic weighing scale, and if whatever permits you, you can manifest these powers with that arrangement as of now. But please understand, these powers might seem like very small, in the sense you might not manifest the power of changing 1 kg or 100 gram or even 1 gram at the first time. But even if you change the weight of the object by a fraction of milligram, microgram, or nanogram, it is significant, because that much power manifestation is enough. If, let's say, you are manifesting these powers on cancerous cells or tumor, you could heal the tumor with this power. So these powers are also applicable for doing non-invasive internal surgeries. So this is why it is important that you have all the necessary items, the weighing machine or object to manifest this power, so that you can really benefit from these extraordinary powers that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is showering on. So please make sure you have an appropriate object to manifest these powers on for this round.
All right, so once we have the object and we have taken the initial measurement of the weight of the object, let us now get ready to enter into the power manifestation. Let us bring our awareness to our inner space, just below the heart center. So this is the heart center. Just below the heart center, we have our inner space. And just above the navel center as well, we have our inner space. So let us bring our full awareness to our inner space. And let us connect deeply with the divine in our inner space. From the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, we are independent, intelligent instances of Paramashiva, the microcosm in the macrocosm. In a sense, we are both in oneness with and one with Paramashiva. So once again, let us bring our full awareness to our inner space, which is just below the heart center and just above the navel center. It is our Nandaganda. It is the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect with the divine, to be in the space of oneness with the divine. So let us connect deeply. Let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And bring our full awareness to our inner space. Let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva, the ultimate superconsciousness. And let us feel the feeling connection we have to the Master, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. From this space of oneness, let us make a strong declaration to reduce the weight of the object, the metal object that is in front of us. A strong declaration to the cosmos. That is the only reality, the only truth. Nothing else can be real except our intention to reduce the weight of the object. So let us instill this strong intention in our third eye, our Anya chakra, while still being in this space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, in our inner space. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation. And from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, with a strong intention in our third eye to reduce the weight of the object, let us now start manifesting this very power. Let us begin.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. You can relax and now take a moment and share with us. Take a moment to make the second measurement of the weight of the object. So for this round of palm manifestation, we requested yourselves, the participants, to reduce the weight of a metal object. So we had taken an initial measurement before we started. Now requesting everyone to please take a second measurement of the object and let us know the difference between the first measurement and the second measurement. Were you able to affect the weight of the object? Please go ahead, take a few moments and then let us know. Yes, so understand that if you manage to increase the weight instead of reducing the weight, so even though your first initial intention was to reduce the weight of the object, but it increased it, understand that it is still a power manifestation. It's a successful power manifestation. It went the other way, so it still needs some work, but it is still a power manifestation because the object will not have changed weight by itself. So requesting everyone, please take a moment and share with us. And you can share with us, of course, even if there was no visible change in the weight. That's okay as well. Let us know. So please go ahead. All right, so requesting once again, requesting everyone to let us know how you went for this power manifestation. Were you able to reduce the weight of the object? Meanwhile, we also welcome Ma'anafan Nithyananda. Welcome, good to have you with us. All right. So if you're still sharing, continue to do so. If you can share also, if you have taken photos before and after, so we can see and share with others as well, for others to know that yes, it is possible. So some might be having impossibility in their inner space. How can you decrease the weight of an object? It is possible because everything is consciousness. Everything is energy. Everything is consciousness. And everything is just another level of consciousness. So understand, even though it's a physical object and it feels solid, it feels physical, you can see it, you can affect the weight, the properties of this element just because it is consciousness. And we are pure consciousness. We are Paramashiva, independent, intelligent instances of Paramashiva. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us get ready for the next revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is on intensity. Understand, Swamiji beautifully tells us that the only difference between ourselves and Buddha, between ourselves and Paramashiva, is intensity. Through intensity, we can achieve anything, we can become, we are everything. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us hear directly from Swamiji as he reveals on intensity. Intensity is the key. Let's begin.
Today's subject is intensity is the key. Make it your very DNA. The only difference between you and Patanjali, you and Buddha, you and Krishna, you and Shiva is whatever they do, they are intense. The difference is not in lifestyle. Please understand. The difference is not in lifestyle. Krishna ate just like you all. Krishna was singing just like you all. He was dancing just like you all. Bhagavatam may not record, but surely you would have done 1, 2, 3. Just like you all. Then what is the difference between you and Krishna? People ask, then what is the difference between me and Krishna? Intensity. He was total. He was intense. Whatever he was doing, he is complete. Whatever he is doing. So Patanjali is trying to teach intensity. I can say just this one sutra is enough. Decide from today, whatever you do, you will be intense. It means whatever you do, you will be inside your body. Many times people come and tell me, no Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation. What it means? And as if people who are meditating, they don't have any other work or what? It is just arrogance. In a way, I tell them, say that you don't feel meditation is that important. Then I can understand. Don't say you don't have time. What for? We say meditate. We don't have time for meditation because making money. Because in this country, time is money. I have seen people, many times, people jump, people escape, they don't meditate, they don't do what they enjoy, they don't do some voluntary service, they don't do some spiritual work, they don't do anything and make money and accumulate. They compromise with their values, with their relationship, with their health, with their meditation, with whatever they believe. They compromised everything, made money. Now suddenly recession, that also disappeared. Where everything went, nobody knows. Tuck, the numbers gone, disappeared. At least people enjoyed their life, meditated, did some spiritual service and lived happily. At least they have the satisfaction that they lived their life. People who tried to convert everything into money, now suddenly that is also gone. Nobody knows where it has gone. That's another one funny thing. Fictions being sold in fractions. Fictions are being sold in fractions continuously. And people have, all of them have put their money in that field where the fictions are being sold in fractions. And suddenly, it's not there. At least people who lived their life, who lived what they wanted, who lived the values which they wanted, now they have the satisfaction. They lived their life. People who compromised, they don't even have that satisfaction. Anyhow, whenever people come and tell me, Swamiji, I don't have time for meditation, I tell them, just do only one thing. Only one thing. Every day at least 1 hour you spend with your body. Brushing, cleaning, taking bath, dressing, at least 1 hour. I say minimum. That 1 hour decide, you will be with your body. When you are brushing, just be with your teeth. When you are taking shower, just be with your skin. When you are dressing, just be with your body. Just that 1 hour spend with you, that's all. Nothing else. That is enough. You will see so much of transformation will happen in your system. You may think it is too simple. But if you look inside your life, when you start brushing only, you will be sitting in your office and doing all your work. When you are taking bath, you will be cursing everybody in the life. You can see. Those are the moments. You don't live with you. You don't live with you. Just this 1 hour. That is what Patanjali means when he says intensity is the key. Just be intense in whatever you are doing. Suddenly, so much of transformation will happen. Living intensely, it's what I call living enlightenment. If you are sitting in the chair, feel very clearly, you are sitting. The chair is holding your weight, but you don't relax on the chair. Even now you can see, constantly you are holding yourself. Even though physically chair is holding your weight, you think you are holding yourself. You do not relax, even on the chair. You do not relax. You are not at ease with what is happening. Be intense with whatever is happening. When you are intense with whatever is happening, all your postures are yoga. Please understand. If you are intensely sitting, that sitting is a posture, asana. If you are intensely standing, the standing is asana. Whatever you do with intensity is asana. Asana is not adding movements to your life. It is adding life to your movements. When I was young, I learned yoga from a great yogi, Yogi Yogananda Puri. Very great yogi. He used to teach me yoga in the temple, in the Arunachaleshwara temple, my native place. It's the largest Shiva temple, 25-acre granite construction, 25-acre built-up area in granite. Still, in India, there are thousands of cities. The temple will be the center of the city, and that will be the largest structure of the city. When he used to teach yoga to me, he will make me claim all the pillars. From morning till evening, all the temple stone pillars I have to climb up and down, up and down, up and down. After I grew up, when I started reading the yoga literatures, suddenly I found out this is not yoga. I asked him, why did you make me do that? Because when I was doing, I was really thinking it is yoga. And now I don't see in any book any reference that it's yoga. He just laughed and said, what needs to be achieved through yoga, did you achieve through that practice? I said, yes, that I achieved, no doubt. Then it is yoga, relax. He gave me one important key, click. That is the key based on which I have designed the whole Nitya Yoga. The key is, with any intention you move your body, that intention will become part of your bio-memory and it will express itself in your life. With any intention you move your body, that intention will become part of your bio-memory and that will become reality in your life. He showed me just by the intensity, you can play with any energy. Any energy. I have seen. You will take a stone, keep it in the hand, create a sound intensely through his tongue, as if he is hitting the stone with a hammer. Just the sound, the stone will go to pieces. The power of intensity. Intensity. He will create a sound as if he is throwing a stone. The fruits will fall from the tree. Intensity. With any intention, if you move your body, that intention will get recorded in your system and will become reality in your life. So be very clear. When you are working, running your life, if you have the intention, it is going to bring only suffering and disturbance and dissatisfaction. You will be attracting that in your life. So having positive intentions and moving your body is yoga. Any movement is okay. Any movement is okay. If the intensity becomes your bio-memory, suddenly you know you are in heaven. You are living enlightenment. You are radiating Jivan Mukti. Patanjali says very beautifully, intensity is the essence. Please understand. Intensity is the difference between religion and spirituality. Without intensity, even meditation will be a ritual. I have seen many people meditating all over the world. Now I know by conducting classes all over the world, how different culture, different country people sit and sleep. Everywhere I am seeing Everywhere I am seeing how people sit and sleep, how they miss the words, how they sit and sleep. Without intensity, even your meditation will be a ritual. With intensity, even your ordinary activity like walking, talking, eating, sitting will be meditation. It will radiate. With intensity, you will attract that same kind of people around you. The same kind of people you will attract around you. You will feel connected to them. You can see many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, 4 years before I started my spiritual journey, I feel of late the whole world, everywhere spiritual awakening is happening. No. Actually, when you start journey, suddenly you will see in your life, you will start attracting spiritual people, spiritual ideas, spiritual magazines, spiritual websites. All those things will automatically start coming in your life. You will see people giving you that kind of gifts, that kind of books. You will start feeling connected to those things. World is not becoming spiritual. Your world is becoming spiritual. So with intensity, you will attract right people around you and you will feel connected to right people. Without intensity, even if right people happen around you, you will miss. I know thousands missed me. I know thousands lost me. Without intensity, even if I happen in your life, I'll just become memory. I'll only be vacation happened in your life, not life itself. With intensity, even if you have not had me physically in your life, you will be living with me. You will be living with me. Without intensity, even if it happened in your life physically, you miss. You will miss. It will be just lost. Intensity is the ultimate truth. Today morning in the press meet, one journalist asked me, what's the difference between religion and spirituality? If it is taught to you by somebody, anything it may be, it's religion. If you discovered the truth of it by applying it in your life, it is spirituality. It is spirituality. Till you discover, it is religion. Only when you discovered it, it is spirituality. Intensity is the key for discovering it. That is the key for discovering it. Let's enter into the sutra, Patanjali's sutra. The 20th sutra, the sutra which I was commenting in the last discourse. I want to continue. And then today's sutra, I'll expound. Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. Patanjali explains the science of Samadhi, science of enlightenment. Let me give you the translation. Shraddha Virya Smriti Samadhi Prajna Purvaka Itaresham. The path of highest Samadhi is attained by people by faith in the path, energy directed on the path, repeatedly bringing to awareness, concentration and discrimination. In the last discourse, I have spoken on Shraddha and Virya, means the faith in the path, energy directed on the path. Now, I will speak on the other three things, 5 qualities: Shraddha, Virya, Smriti, Samadhi, Prajna. Shraddha means faith, feeling connected to the spiritual ideas. Second, Virya means intensity, energy directed on the path. Third, Smriti, bringing your awareness again and again back to the spiritual path. The third idea, Smriti. This is what I wanted you to understand first. Please understand. Bringing the truth again and again back to your life. Bringing the remembrance again and again back to your life. See, when you are in depression, if somebody comes and talks to you and gives you the right idea, right click to come out of the depression, what great service that person is doing to you. Or if you yourself are able to do that service to you, how great your life will be. The ability to do that service to yourself is what I call Smriti. Remembering the great truths, in the life again and again, and elevating yourself to live the intense spiritual life, to experience the truth, is what I call Smriti. See, in our life, at some time, all of us experience some strong truths as a click, as an experience. Suddenly, some truths will click with you. Either when you are fighting with your spouse, or fighting with your boss, or sitting depressed, or some time in your life when you lose money, or when you are some parts of your life, these great truths will click. You will have those great truths as experience. The big problem is you don't remember the same truths with that same clarity. If the same problem comes back again, that is where the problem starts. If you can bring those same truths back to your being, when those same problems come again, you will be living enlightenment. I always tell people, every day spend at least half an hour with some spiritual literature. People ask me, why? What is it going to do something? I have read all these books already. No, relax. You might have read. That does not mean you remember. Read, reread, reread, reread. Assimilate these ideas again and again. You will see. Whenever you go through a low mood, you remember these great ideas, you will start living them. Smriti means remembering your true self again and again. I can say, remembering to unclutch again and again is what Patanjali calls Smriti. Whatever may be the complication, remember to unclutch. Remember to unclutch. Remember to unclutch. Maybe after 2-3 days, you will forget. You will be caught and you will be suffering. Suddenly remember, no, let me unclutch. Whenever you remember, come back. Come back to the center. Come back to the peace. Unclutch. You will see. The constant remembrance is so powerful, so strong. That is the ultimate technique. All the rituals, spiritual literature, temples, everything is created. Everything is created just for this one idea, smriti, remembrance. All over the world, so much of wealth is put, invested in spiritual books, in spiritual infrastructures, so many spiritual things. Just one reason. You need to be reminded. You need to remember. That's all. You need to remember the truth. That's all. Nothing else. I am building temples all over the world. Just today morning, one journalist asked me, Swamiji, all over the world you are building temples, organizations, ashrams, monasteries. Why? I told one word. Just to remind people about these great truths. That's all. Nothing else. Soon, in few days, in San Jose, you may have a temple. It's just for reminding you the truth. Reminding you the truth. Smriti. When temples don't remind you the spiritual truths, they are not useful. When books don't remind the spiritual truths to you, they are not useful. When your life don't remind the spiritual truths to you, it is not worth living. Remembering the spiritual truths again and again and again is the essence. Please understand, Patanjali says, just by remembering, you can fall into samadhi. He is not giving this as a morality or inspiration. No. He says this is a science of samadhi. Ramakrishna says, the moment I see some villager from Chaitanya's village, I fall into samadhi. Just remembering that person, his village is Chaitanya's place, and the village remains Chaitanya, and Chaitanya remains Krishna, Krishna remains the enlightened consciousness, and he is already in samadhi. The right remembrance can straight away transport you to samadhi. The wrong remembrance can immediately put you in depression. This word all of you can understand, because it's your experience. A wrong word can put you in samadhi immediately. The right remembrance. Wrong words can put you into depression immediately. The right remembrance can put you into samadhi immediately. For right remembrance only, smriti only, the satsangs, temples, rituals, everything is created. See, rituals are nothing but every day reminding your godliness. Before doing any ritual, the first mantra is called Manasa Puja, remembering your soul as God and worshipping that. Only then you worship that same consciousness in the deity. It means what? The puja is nothing but remembering the great truths. Smriti. If you have remembrance, you don't need anything from the outer world. If all these outer world things do not remind you, then they have no use. Then they have no use. Smriti, the mala, bracelet, everything is just for remembrance. Smriti, nothing else. It's not for any other reason. It's just reminding you. Whenever you see them, you remember these great truths. This mala, bracelet and all is to help you not to forget the truth. But sometimes people forget that itself. Reminding the truth, smriti. The next truth, Patanjali says, prajna. Samadhi and prajna. Samadhi means constantly trying to be in the deep silence, the gap between the two thoughts in your inner space. See the gap between the two thoughts of your being. You again and again experience samadhi every moment in your life. The problem is, you don't have patience for that gap. You are running without even knowing why you are running. I have a story for you. An overweight man went to the doctor who advised him to lose 10 pounds. The doctor recommended that the man should run 5 miles every day for the next 100 days. The patient phoned the doctor exactly 100 days later. Doctor asked, "Have you lost the weight?" Patient said, "I have, but I am not at all happy with the situation." Doctor asked, "Why?" This guy says, "Because I am 500 miles away from home." The fool is running, not turning back. Sometimes you are also just running, not looking in the gap, not coming back. If you are continuously running, you might have achieved 500-mile goal, but you will not be in home. Same way, if you are continuously running behind your mind, you may achieve what you want in the outer world, but you will not be in the home. You will be far away from the home. So come back to the gap. Coming back to the gap is what Patanjali calls samadhi. Make time to come back to the gap. Don't say, "I am not able to." Every moment the gap is happening inside you. Because of the gap only the next thought is able to come. Understand? It's like the fish tank, water bubbles coming up. It may look that all the bubbles are interconnected, but they are not. There is a gap. Same way, you may feel the thoughts are continuously connected. No, there is a gap. Relaxing in that gap is what Patanjali calls samadhi. The fifth idea Patanjali is sharing is prajna, means discrimination. I can say the pure consciousness which awakens discrimination. That's what is prajna. Because discrimination word is too poor word for prajna. It's too poor word for prajna. The big problem is the Sanskrit can never be translated as it is. I have to use many words only to give you the concept which is expressed through that sutra. Discrimination, please understand. Consciousness which awakens the discrimination. When you are aware, when you are conscious, you can never make a mistake. You can never make a mistake. When you are conscious, constantly you respond to the situation in the present moment. See, if you are not conscious, you act based on your engrams, not based on the truth, your own intimate experience. If the prajna is there, you act based upon your own intimate personal experience. If the prajna is missing, you act based on the samskaras, hearsay, what they will say, what he will say, what the other will say. From the samskaras, the person who is operating from prajna will have a deep discrimination. He will have very deep discrimination. I have a story for you. two gas company servicemen, one old, one young, were calling on houses in a neighborhood, checking the meters. At the final house on their round, a lady watched through the window as they checked the meter. Their truck was parked at the end of the street. Suddenly, these two guys thought of having a small game. They decided between them to prove their fitness. Who will reach the truck first? The older man challenged the youngster to a race. As they ran to the truck, they were surprised to find the woman from the last house huffing and puffing right behind them. What is wrong? They asked that lady. She gasped and said, when I saw two gasmen running as hard as you can, I figured I would better run too. Sometime you are also running behind gasmen, not knowing why they are running. When the prajna is not there, you run based on samskaras, fear, not based on the real experience. With prajna, with consciousness, you will be very clear what I mean by the word consciousness. Please understand. Just when I started the discourse, what I said, just being inside your skin. Just be inside your skin. Deal the persons, situations, places, everything directly. Everything straight. Be inside your skin and deal the things directly. Then you will be very clear. You will be very clear what you can, what you can't, what is your life, what is your goal, everything. You will be very clear. You will be very clear what you can and what you can't, what you want and what you don't want. There won't be any confusion. There won't be any confusion. You will be just straight. I have a story for you. A woman went with her husband for his routine medical checkup. But afterwards, the doctor took her to one side and said, I am afraid I have some bad news. Unless you adhere to strict routine, your husband will die. Every morning, you must give him good, healthy breakfast. You must cook him a nutritional meal at night. Furthermore, you must not burden him with household chores. And you must keep the house spotless and germ-free. I know it places a great deal of work on your shoulders, but it really is the only way to keep him alive. On their way home, the husband asked his wife what the doctor had said to her. Oh, she replied, he said, you are going to die. You will be very clear what you can and what you can't, what you want and what you don't. With consciousness, there is no confusion. There is no confusion whether you can do or can't do. The dilemma between can and can't will not be there. The dilemma between want or don't will not be there. The power of consciousness, prajna, will remove ajna. Please, ajna means ignorance. Prajna means beyond ignorance. As long as you have ignorance, be very clear, you do not have prajna. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, Buddha, I have a huge problem in my country. He's a king. Almost all the kings who were alive in Buddha's period in India were either sannyasis of Buddha or disciples of Buddha. Because he showed in his life, kingdom is nothing. Kingdom is nothing. He showed in his life The kingdom is nothing. And the great truths of spirituality is the strength. Almost all the kings were his disciples. Either they have taken sannyas and left the kingdom. If they are sitting in the kingdom, they are ruling as Buddha's representative. That's all. Goes and asks, there is so much of confusion in my kingdom. Please give me some advice. How can I sort it out? Buddha says, sit and bring your awareness to your breathing. He says, if I am sitting like this, they will not only take away the kingdom, they will kill me and everything will disappear. Buddha says, just listen to what I am saying. And beautifully, the king expresses, he says, when I listened, I sat with myself consciously. Suddenly I could see the root of the problems. When you see the root of the problems, you have solution. Please understand, when you see the root of the problem, you have solution. The big problem is, sometimes we don't look into the problem and try to find out solution. We don't have patience to look into the problem, but try to find out the solution. That is where the whole problem starts. If you can just look in, you will see not only you have a solution, suddenly problem dissolves. Problem dissolves. The problem itself do not have its root. The root in which it is rooted, the very root disappears.
Yes, welcome back. So wonderful revelations there from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from Swamiji himself. The only difference between you and Patanjali, you and Buddha, you and Krishna, you and Paramashiva is whatever they do is intense. So Swamiji beautifully told us the difference is not lifestyle. So Patanjali, Buddha, they would have eaten, they would have gone to 1, 2, 3, whatever, just like you. What is the difference? It's not in the lifestyle. It is everything they do, they are intense. Intensity is the key for everything. Intensity is the key for enlightenment. With intensity, we can reach enlightenment. You might be aware of the 64 Myanmars, the 64 enlightened masters, who all they did was simple things like just plucking flowers for Shiva or cleaning the temple. But whatever they did it intensely. They did everything with full awareness, with intensity. So let's decide from today that whatever we do, we will be intense. It means whatever you do will be inside your body. See how a child feels when they're connected to the mother. The child yearns for the mother, strong yearning for his or her mother. And how you feel connected to your beloved. So whenever you are in love, you feel that connection to your beloved, that yearning to be with your beloved whenever you are in love. Whatever you may be doing, the undercurrent, you will just feel that constant feeling, that memory of him or her filling you. When you are in love, the constant undercurrent will be there filling you, overflowing in you. That intensity is what we're talking about. That intensity where there's nothing else that you can think about, nothing else you want to think about. The only thing is having him or her around you. That intensity is what we're talking about. Having that intensity in everything that you do will straight lead you to enlightenment. So if you can be delivered, if you can be directed towards fulfillment or enlightenment, suddenly you will see you become awakened. You are awakened. So as Swamiji beautifully put it, the intensity is the ultimate truth.
So now we'll be doing a small exercise. So please find a place where you can sit comfortably and make sure you sit comfortably cross-legged or in a chair. If you're wearing spectacles, please remove them. And now place your thumbs pressing down on the short earlobes until you hear a humming sound. So lightly place your index fingers on both the eyes. So first, just to show you the ears, press the thumbs down on the short earlobes until you hear a humming sound. Then place the index fingers on both the eyes, and with the middle fingers, close the bridge of your nose. And the ring fingers will be below the nostrils, and their little fingers will be on your lips. So we are just doing a simple demonstration. So when you do this, you close all the senses. That is the sound, the vision, the smell, and all the doors. You can say the doors, the dwaras, from where your senses receive external stimulus. So you shut them down completely just for this process. And of course, when you gently put your fingers on your nose and you are closing them, make sure you are continuing to breathing. Your nose will be just partially closed with your ring fingers to reduce the prana flow. Inhale and exhale as slowly and deeply as possible while keeping your mouth shut tightly. But inhale, your breathing will not be stopped. You will continue to breathe. Visualize that your both eyeballs have become stones and let them remain still. And intensify your awareness without creating any stress. Focus as if you are penetrating your third eye. So when you freeze your eyeballs, when you visualize your eyeballs as if they are stone, what happens? When you are thinking, even when you are in the deep sleep, when you are in deep sleep, it is known that the eyes will typically go up towards the third eye. But when you are having dreams, it is called rapid eye movement, REM phase of the sleep, where your eyes will be moving rapidly and also your thoughts will be going fully haywire and you will be having many dreams, which will not give you freshness. You will not feel fresh when you wake up. But the deep sleep is what really rejuvenates your body. So the eye movement is connected to the thoughts of the mind. So when you visualize your eyes as if they are stones, you settle down the thoughts per second in your inner space. That reduces drastically. So you'll be doing that, and you'll be intensifying your awareness without creating stress and focusing deeply as if you are penetrating your third eye. So don't worry, we'll just guide you. We'll also project the slides for your reference. So you'll be maintaining this posture for 21 minutes, right? So now let's start. Please sit straight, comfortably with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line.
Let's begin.
Slowly, very slowly. You can remove your hand from the Shanmukhi Mudra. You can relax and maintain this energy. Understand, this Shanmukhi Mudra is a very powerful, very intense process, very intense technique. Not only it cleans your mind, it is very good for even for the five senses. And of course, this meditation itself that Swamiji is giving is to bring the intensity. And one of the beautiful thing about this technique is moment you are closing all the five senses, you are turning the energy inward. You are moving the senses inward into a deep meditative space. So in so many ways, this technique, the Shanmukhi Mudra is beneficial at physical level, at mental level, and for your spiritual growth. This Shanmukhi Mudra is a very powerful technique, as we are doing this for the intensity as well. So if you want to share your experience, make sure that you are practicing this technique every single day. Find time and do this meditation technique every single day. Meanwhile, we'll be entering into the power manifestation. Also requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras. We'll be entering into the power manifestation. Also, Ma Guru Gyanapasadini, Ma Yao Junnyo. If you want to share your experience of the meditation, you can go ahead and share. Also requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras. Ma Jyotikanda Aya, Ma Parabrahm Sarupni, Ma Anand Lakshmi, Ma Aghor Sarupni, Ma Aghor Rupni, Ma Chao Yu Huang. Yes, Linkolaya, Nithyananda. So with this, let's move on with the power manifestation. We'll be entering into the power manifestation, manifesting the powers of Mahima. We'll be decreasing the weight of a metal object. You can find any metal object. It can be even a spoon. It can be a small pots, pans, anything that you find in a household. Just take a moment and bring that object to you, with you, and we'll be entering into this manifestation of decreasing the weight of the metal object.
Yes, so as with all our manifestation, to manifest Paramashiva in our inner space, let us simply sit. Sit with that intention to manifest Paramashiva. Sit comfortably with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Just sit comfortably. Hold the intention to manifest Paramashiva through you. Manifest the powers of Ashta Maha Siddhis, which are the 8 powers of Paramashiva, which have been termed as the Maha Siddhis. So let us sit comfortably with the intention to manifest the 8 great powers of Paramashiva. In this session, we will manifest the power of decreasing the weight of a metal object. Pick up any metal object in your household. It could be a spoon or a lid or pretty much that anything that you could find, you could lay your hands on, anything that you can find. And the first step is to measure that object, the weight of the object. Put it on a weighing scale if you have one. Put it on your mobile phone or tab if you have one, and there is an app that can measure the weight of it on the glass plate. Or if you do not have any instrument, anything to weigh the object, you can simply pick it up by your hand and hold it in your hand and go with how you see the weight is. Let's say this weighs maybe 100 grams or this weighs 50 grams. How you feel about it, write it down. All of this
Either whether it is a measurement or something that you are feeling for the weight with your hand, measuring it with your hand, just write it down so it is clear for you what the weight is before the manifestation. Then we'll compare it after the manifestation. So let's sit comfortably with your head, neck, and spine. Let us visualize the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, a darshan or an initiation or a satsang, anything, or just an image that you saw somewhere online in social media, something. Maybe it's on your mobile or it's on your desktop, anywhere, or even the Ananda Gandha picture. Just connect deeply. Just by remembering, you will invoke the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sit, connect deeply, and hold that intention to manifest the power to reduce the weight of the metal object. Once again, sit comfortably. Let us chant the Mahavakya, the initiation given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just to bring us again and again to that beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. The Mahavakya instantly transports us back to that space of oneness. So let us chant the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant intensely. May Paramashiva manifest through all of us. Let us start.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
I welcome you all.
Slowly, you can relax. If you're in the middle of chanting the Mahavakya, you can slowly relax. You can stop, bring it to a close. Yes, now let us look at the object again. Whatever way we measured the weight before, now let's use the same method. If you used a weighing machine, a weighing scale, use the same one. If you used an app on your device, use the same one. Or if you had chosen to just feel the weight in your hands, do the same again and see how the weight has changed. What is the weight of the object now, the metal object? So let's have a quick check. Benchikshinaya. Okay, we got the message. Great. And Sri Maha Sarabeshwara, we welcome. And hopefully you were able to join the session and take part in the manifestation. Please let us know how your experience was. And Linkolaya also, you were part of the power manifestation. Let us know how it went. How was the manifestation for you? How did the object change in weight? And Yao Jino is saying, I feel that the palm of the hand holding the object is hot. Okay, fantastic. That's beautiful, man. That means that the energy is running through your hands. That's fantastic. Paramashiva is manifesting in so many different ways. He manifests in so many different ways. And in one way is through that heat, that sensation of heat. And did you also have an object in your hand and how the object changed weight? Please also share that part. And you can also have the sharing from the others. Ma Nartana Priya, Ma Jnana Guru Prasadini, we think it's part of the translation team. And Sri Maha Sarabeshwara, Wen Chikshin, Linkol Sozaya, and Atma Jyotikanandaya, Parabrahma Swarupini Ma, Ananda Lakshmi Yogini Ma, Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, Chiao Huang, and one more participant's name we are not able to read. We apologize. Let's have a quick moment of sharing. What was the change in the weight of the object? Let's have a sharing. Yes, Ma. And were you able to see the difference, Ma, in the weight? Ma, Yao, Jino, are you able to see the difference in weight?
Even the difference you might have felt before and after. That also, if you don't have a measuring device, even you might have felt the difference. That is also okay, ma.
Yes. Paramashiva manifests in so many different ways. When you experience that oneness, he beautifully flowers, he beautifully manifests inside us and gives us all his powers, manifests all his powers through us, simply just waiting for us to allow him to come and manifest. So all we need is to sit in that space. We've all been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to manifest Paramashiva. So just by our intention, just by chanting the Mahavakya, we are immediately taken to that space, the space of oneness, that we can manifest all the powers. Ma Yao Jinao is asking, if I fall asleep while meditating, will I also receive energy? There is no one direct answer, Ma. It's a yes and no. In some meditations, actually sleep is okay. There are some meditations that involve sleep also. But most of the meditations, especially when Swamiji is guiding directly, he will request all the participants, he will ask for all the participants to just sit comfortably or any of the other processes. So only there are some meditations which allow sleeping also, but when you sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line and sit with the intention, then you will be able to sit without falling into sleep. If it happens, it happens, but hold the intention. Because what happens is when we are sitting and in that space, Swamiji takes us into a beautiful space of oneness where we have less and less number of thoughts. And when we experience that, the only space that we know to get into is sleep. So we automatically slip into that. But try not to fall asleep. And Ma Yaojana is adding, I fell asleep in a trance several times, but my hand holding item still felt hot and energetic. Fantastic. Beautiful. Yes. So then there was still awareness left when you were sitting there. Great. When you are holding that space and holding the object also, again and again, the chanting, actually, that's another beautiful technique. When you chant intensely, you'll be able to keep yourself awake and alive and fully aware of Paramashiva manifesting through you. Paramashiva is manifesting through you. So why do we want to sleep during that time? It's the most powerful time that we will have in our lives. Paramashiva is manifesting. He's manifesting all powers through us. So we don't want to be falling asleep at that time. Great. So let's have the others also to quickly have a sharing moment before we enter into the next session.
And actually, one thing I remember, just few weeks ago, Swamiji initiated us into sleep meditation, where we can actually, Swamiji told us to sleep. So there you can sleep, ma. So some of the processes, some of the techniques, initiation, Swamiji actually tells us to go to sleep. For other meditation, Swamiji actually strictly tells us not to sleep. So yes, as Maharaj has already has mentioned this. So if you're still sharing, continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's enter into the next revelation by Swamiji. And the next revelation is going to be on the secrets of gathering wealth around you. See, understand, it's not an accident that wealth gathers around you. What cognition you hold and how you, what attitude that you have towards the life, towards the wealth, that only lets you manifest the wealth. So when you cognize this, when you understand this, you will start gathering wealth around you. So Swamiji is going to reveal on this very important topic. So please come to the space of
Namo Arihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Uvajjayanam, Namo Loye Savasahunam, Eso Vanchanamukkaro, Savapavapanasano, Mangalanancha Savesim, Padamam Havai Mangalam. Today's topic is true knowledge. Everybody, every master, every spiritual person claims what they are teaching is the true knowledge. How to find out what we are hearing is the true knowledge? There should be a scale for satya. There should be a scale for truth. What is truth? There should be definition. There should be clear idea with which we can find out whether it is truth or not. Mahavira is giving the touchstone definition of satya here. Today we are going to enter into the Satya Sutra. He is giving the techniques, methods to find out what you are listening is a true knowledge or not. Through these beautiful sutras, before entering into the Mahavira Sutras, I wanted to discuss few things about this truth so that you will understand the greatness of Mahavira's words. See, one beautiful thing is Mahavira has lived Kshatriya life, the life of a king. To tell you honestly, if somebody has renounced the life of a king, he has seen the truth in reality. Please understand, an ordinary beggar becoming a Swami or renouncing the world, he has nothing to renounce. He has nothing to renounce. You can't even say he has renounced the world or he has achieved something. No. A king renouncing, that is the greatness. King achieving. One more thing, when a king achieves enlightenment, even his expression will be very sharp and to the core, to the point. He will speak to the point because basically he is brought up without fear. King is a guy who only creates fear in others. He doesn't have fear. He doesn't bother. He is not going to use the socially polite words. But a guy who was poor or a beggar or a person who lived in forest, even if he becomes enlightened, he will not talk the truth completely. He has to use the socially polite words. He can't tell the truth which goes against the vested interests of society or king. But when a king becomes enlightened, he doesn't bother. He says the truth in the best way. He presents the truth as it is. Here, the best expression is happening because Mahavira was king. See, one more thing. When you live a life with wealth and richness, you know all the secrets of human mind. Understand? Wealth gathers around you only when you know the secrets of human mind. How to handle human beings who are coming in front of you. Only a person who knows the basic secrets of human mind will acquire wealth, will become a leader. Only he can be a leader. Here Mahavira lived the life of a leader and expressing the truth of enlightenment. Very rare combination. Very rare combination. There are many different expressions by different masters. One, the person who was a beggar or who has never seen the world, just lived a life in forest and did meditation, became enlightened. His enlightenment will be the same, but his expression will not be sharp because his constitution or his mind, his inner software is not created based on fearlessness. One more thing, even after enlightenment, when you settle into the body, when you want to teach, you use the same mental setup which you left. You may not have the greed and fear which that mental setup was having earlier, before its enlightenment, but the setup will be the same. The software programming will be the same. Understand? This is an important revelation which you need to understand. Only then you will be able to appreciate the greatness of Mahavira's expression. If a beggar becomes enlightened, he may not have the fear or greed which he had before enlightenment, but the mental setup of living without possessing anything, or the mental setup of living by begging will be the same. So he has to use that mental setup only to teach, to relate with the world. Understand, the mental setup which you created, after enlightenment also you use the same mental setup. Only one difference, after enlightenment, if you want you can use, otherwise you can drop. You may have that freedom, but the mental setup, the software itself will be same. Here, Mahavira is having the best software to express enlightenment. The fearless leader software, through which he can see the depth and express it. That one thing what I expressed, that people who did not have anything, renounced the life, became enlightened. There are so many millions of examples I can give for this. Second, people who became enlightened but did not renounce after enlightenment. Example, Krishna, Janaka, all these great masters, they lived as kings, became enlightened, but they continued to live as kings. This is a second kind of a mental setup. One more thing, in this the difficulty is, they will express the truth with a clear software, with more clarity, better than the first group. Better than the first group, example is all rishis who lived in forest and became enlightened. They have never seen the world. So that is the first group. The second group, who lived as kings, became enlightened, but again continued to be as kings. Here the big problem is, their teachings is interpreted, experienced, understood by the people who have vested interests. Understand? When you are talking to your ministers, even if they don't understand, they have to listen. But Mahavir has no captive audience. Mahavir is not talking to captive audience. When Krishna is speaking to his ministers, when he is teaching to Arjuna, practically they are captive audience. Even if Arjuna doesn't want, he can't escape from Krishna. He has to listen because he is receiving some service from Krishna. When your boss makes some joke, you have to laugh. You can't do anything about it. You have to. Same way when Janak is teaching, his whole court has to listen. They are captive audience. So, the person who is listening, whether he agrees or not, he has to listen. So, complete truth expression is not possible. It's not possible. I don't sit with my ashramites and take these spiritual classes. I give them only the instructions what to do. They ask me, what is this, Swamiji? You are not sitting and talking to us like this Shiva Sutras or Jain Sutras and all these sutras. I tell them, you guys are captive audiences. Whatever I talk, you have to listen, no other way. That way, truth can never be expressed. Truth cannot be expressed to a person who is bound to listen. Truth can be expressed only to a person who has got the freedom to doubt and question. Who has got the freedom to doubt. See, you have a freedom, you can doubt me. And you have a freedom, you can put a question. You have a freedom to go out. Only to you, truth can be delivered. Truth can be delivered in its purest form only to a person who is not receiving anything else from a master. If you receive something else from me, apart from truth, you may be sitting here for that. you can't receive the truth. You are not qualified to receive the truth. Here, the whole thing, if you see, has come in a beautiful way. Mahavira is the ultimate category. Was king who became enlightened and renounced the kingdom. He is teaching, sitting on the platform of Satya. Only one thing is holding him, Satya. He doesn't have the title. He doesn't have any other title like a king. No. He is heard by the people just because he is enlightened. See, after enlightenment, if you are sitting on the throne of a king, people may hear you because you are king. You don't know what for he is sitting. You don't know why he is listening. You can't say people are sitting just because you are enlightened. They may be sitting because you are a king. There may be some other reason for you to sit. In India, during all our rituals, means the homas, yajnas, yaga, we give free food. But I never give free food during meditation programs. Because people may be sitting for food. I will not know whether they are sitting there to listen meditation or enlightenment or for food. I tell them give free food during yaga, during rituals, not during meditation. It is a disrespect to meditation. I don't want that. There should not be anything else associated with the spiritual truth. No. If you associate anything else with the spiritual truth, the possibility is there, the truth will not be heard properly. It will not be received properly. Here, Mahavir is talking to people who are not bound to him in any way. Who are not bound to him in any way. Seekers. One more thing. Seekers are the most dangerous people. Because you can't bind them. You can't bind them. And there is nothing which can bind them. You can bind them only by love and gratitude. So you can't even use the word binding. It can't be even a bondage. You can keep them together only based on love and gratitude. Here he is talking to a community of seekers who are not receiving anything else from him but truth. They are not there for anything else except truth. And he is not carrying any title. He has renounced all the titles. So nobody is sitting in front of him because he has got some title. Because he is a king of some place or he is somebody. No. People are sitting in front of him just to listen to the truth. He is a pure being without any personality, without any title. See, the word persona comes from a Greek root. In those days, the drama actors, they will use masks. That mask only is called persona. Personality means the mask which you are using. Janak has got mask. He is a king. Ashtavakra has to listen to him. No other way. Or the Sugabrahma, sorry, not Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra actually taught Janaka. Sugabrahma came to listen from Janaka. Sugabrahma has to listen because Janaka is a king. Sugabrahma is a captive audience. He is captured. He has to. Whenever a king speaks, you can't tell anything. But here with Mahavir, there is no other relationship except the master and seeker. The purity of relationship is important to maintain the purity of the teaching, purity of the truth. And one more thing, Mahavir has no vested interest. He is not talking to his people to make them do something. No, there is no ulterior motive. There is no goal. Whatever is said and done, Krishna has got a motive to deliver Gita. All he needs is Arjuna has to fight now. So he has to talk. He has to express the truth in such a way that Arjuna will start fighting. There is an ulterior motive. And not only that, Krishna is running a community. He is running a kingdom. So naturally, his words has to be heard. So the purity of relationship is not there. One more thing, Arjuna was thinking himself as a friend. That's why in Gita he says, Krishna, forgive me. I thought you are my friend. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Shaketi. I called you as Yadava by your community name. I called you as my friend because he was thinking as a friend. So the purity of relationship is not there. You can't deliver a truth to your friend. You can deliver a truth only to a seeker. Here, the best mental setup, best software, and the greatest enlightenment, greatest experience of enlightenment, and right persons with the right attitude sitting in front of Mahavir. So the best truth is being delivered. True knowledge is coming out. He is giving us the scale. He is teaching us what is Satya and how to find out whether something is truth or not. One more thing, even Patanjali, the greatest scientist of the inner world, says Apta Pramana, the words of an enlightened beings can be accepted as a truth. So that can be considered as a scale. If an enlightened being says, you can take it for granted, it is truth. But Mahavir says no. He doesn't even want to say that anything told by an enlightened being is truth. No. Because who knows whether somebody is enlightened or not? God doesn't give certificate. What to do? We don't have a certificate. So Mahavir goes a step further. He is not accepting Apta Pramana. He is not accepting Vedas are the ultimate truth. No. Apta Pramana is not accepted in Buddhism and in Jainism. Both religions, Apta Pramana is not accepted. Apta Pramana means the words of the enlightened ones. No. They say everything should be scrutinized. There is no such thing as Apta Pramana. There is no such thing as words of the enlightened beings. No. Everything has to be scanned. Everything has to be analyzed. He is giving beautiful teachings to find out what is truth and which is true knowledge. One more thing, please understand, this true knowledge, this is like a touchstone. If you use these sutras and analyze all your decisions which runs your life, all your ideas which is base for your life, you will achieve Satya. Lord so says, if you are established in truth, you don't have to do any spiritual practice. If you understand this one sutra and redefine all your decisions, ideas, concepts about your life, you don't need to practice any spiritual discipline. You are enlightened this moment. All you need to do is redefine all your ideas. See, there are only few pillars on which your life is standing. Your life is established. Your desires, your idea about yourself, means positioning yourself. How you position yourself in the inner world. Understand? I am not talking about how you position yourself in the outer world. That all of you know it's not worthy. Not only that, it's a pure lies. All of you know whatever you may talk about yourself to others, but you don't believe that. You may make others to believe. You really don't believe. Just look inside. You can laugh at yourself. I always tell people, really, when you sit alone and start thinking what all you project as you, actually if you really believe what all you project as you, by now you would have become enlightened. Because Ramakrishna says, Man Muk Ek Karo, means the mind and the words, if you make it as one, you are enlightened. If you believe what you speak about you, you are enlightened. Actually, whatever you speak about you, start believing that in a strong way is also a spiritual practice. Whatever you are talking about you, I am this, I am that, you don't know me, all those things you start believing. But the difficulty is you won't believe, that's the problem. When you try to believe also, your mind will tell, you can talk all these things to others, not to me. If at all people come to me, many times I have seen, they come to me and they just wanted to throw their weight to impress me. And they come and tell me, I am this, I am doing that, I do so many philanthropical activities, I do this, I do that, I have so much wealth and I give so much and all those things. At the end of the conversation, I ask them only one thing. Sir, do you really believe now whatever you said? They say, what? Yes, we do believe, that's why we are talking to you. I tell them, do this only one thing as a spiritual practice. Go back. Now whatever you told me, write it down. Again and again, help yourself to believe that. That's enough. Either you should tune your mind to your walk, or you should tune your walk to your mind. Either you should tune your words to your mind, or tune your mind to your words. One thing all Ramakrishna says is, let your word and mind be tuned. You can do anything. Either talk only what you believe as you, or believe what you talk as you, what you talk about you. Then you won't have pus. You won't have cancer. The gap between the words and what you believe, that space is what I call cancer or depression. If you are carrying a depression in you, be very clear, you have that gap between your words and your being, between your words and what you believe. If you can remove that gap, you will not have the tumor which I call depression. See, any person who does not have depression is enlightened. If you are not enlightened, be very clear, you carry depression. The gap between your word and what you believe as you. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, another one devotee who saw this latest movie, secret movie, he came and told him, I became enlightened from today. And the guy who was talking to him, he is a strong intellectual guy. He took him to task. Within 10 minutes, that fellow lost the enlightenment. He was trying to convince himself for years or months that he is enlightened. This fellow took away his enlightenment in 10 minutes. He is only telling others he is enlightened. He himself is not able to believe. Because anybody can come and talk to you and in 10 minutes you lose your enlightenment. Then what kind of enlightenment? Either you should have courage to really believe what you are talking, or talk only what you believe. See, one thing, important thing, this is an important truth which you should know. Sometime you may radiate enlightenment without even knowing the word enlightenment. I have seen in Himalayas, there was a great Mahatma, one Naga Baba. Naga Baba means doesn't wear clothes. I had the fortune to be at his feet for 6 months. I was blessed, fortunate enough to be at his feet. He will always be smoking ganja, what you call marijuana. Huh? You may think that how can a person who is smoking ganja be enlightened? That's what I also thought. When I went to serve him, you see, traditionally you are supposed to serve elders to achieve enlightenment. So before my enlightenment, I was serving. Wherever I see some elderly sadhu, I'll go and sit at his feet. I'll give them whatever food I can collect and give, beg and give, and wash their vessels, and whatever little help, small help I can do, I used to do. One thing, I was surprised, I have never seen him eating, no food and no water, except ganja, nothing else. I was shocked. But such a pleasing person, I don't have any word. When you go and sit around him, you will feel so beautiful. And you will feel like sitting around him because he was so innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. He is not even aware he is innocent. I have never seen him wearing any clothes. He is an avaduta, Naga, no clothes. And he is not even bothered. He is not bothered about anything around the world, anything which is happening around him in the world. He is just in a high state of samadhi. One day I asked him, Baba, you are such a great person, why are you smoking ganja? And don't you think it is an immoral thing? And people will start smoking, seeing you. And already they are doing. They want only some reference. They want only some reference. And especially a person with a reverence, if he becomes a reference, then you can do anything. I asked him. He said that beautiful word. Fool, you think that a big elephant can be tied inside a small hut? I can't live inside the body without any desire. So I have to just dull myself. Understand? When he said, I saw the authenticity. The other guy also, one more guy came and spoke to me. He said, Swamiji, I am also smoking to put me inside the body. I told him, do whatever that Naga Baba is doing, then do this also. He doesn't wear clothes, he doesn't eat, he doesn't drink. You also do all those things. Then do these things. Then you can justify. You can't just do whatever you want unless it becomes your experience. One important thing I saw in him, when he was telling that I had to dull myself, it was an authentic truth. His mind and his words were in one line. Not only that, when you live around him, you realize he is established in Satya. He is established in truth, not for any vested interests. See, if somebody doesn't eat or smoke, if somebody doesn't eat or drink, they would have made a big business out of that power. But I have never seen him making big fuss about it. If people ask him, why you don't eat, Baba? He says, who will get up and go and cook and eat? Forget about it. He will not even show that it is a big power. You won't even see that ego, that he lives without food and water. No. When you are really established in truth, you will not be aware of your own powers. You will only radiate, but you will not know those words. I asked him, what is Atmajnana? He does not even know that word, but he is an Atmajnani. What to do? He is radiating Atmajnana. He is radiating enlightenment, but he doesn't know the word. And he said, I am fortunate I did not learn about Brahman. I achieved Brahmajnana because I did not learn those words. Same way Ramana Maharshi. When people ask him, what is the Brahmajnana, what is the Atmajnana? He said, I am fortunate I did not learn those words before my enlightenment. Because learning some words may postpone your enlightenment. Sometimes learning too many words will postpone your enlightenment. I always tell people, never read any book which is written by an unenlightened person. Don't read anything which is written by an unenlightened person. No. Because you may create words which will stop your enlightenment. You will create a negative software which is not supporting the enlightenment process. Enlightened person's words will create a positive software in you which is constantly inspiring you towards enlightenment. See, in the end, all enlightened masters will be pushing you towards sadhana, towards enlightenment. One of the Ramakrishna's disciples, his name is Brahmananda. He says, if you read Ramakrishna's words, there is a beautiful book called Katamrita, Sri Ramakrishna Katamrita, we call in English Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. He says, if you read that book every day for 1 year, I assure you will have the darshan of the ultimate. You will experience enlightenment. You will be shocked. How can a person assure? How can a person say that enlightenment in 1 year, guaranteed? I tell you, when you read these master's words again and again, when you listen these great master's words again and again, you create a new software, you create a new mental setup, which reminds you the ultimate truth again and again, which inspires you towards that higher ideal again and again. Every day, you are again put on the track. You are again inspired to run. You are again given the enthusiasm to take up the journey. It's like a everyday inspiration, and it creates a new mental setup. It is true, when you read or listen to the master's words for 1 year, and 1 year is too much time. 1 year is enough to create a mental setup which will radiate enlightenment. It's like there is a light. In every one of you, that light is there. In front of the light, if there is a wall, that light can't shine. If there is a glass, that light can penetrate and it can shine. Putting glass instead of wall is reading enlightened beings' words. As of now, you have a big wall. In front of your light, the Swayam Prakasa Jyoti, the self-effulging light, which is inside your being, you have put big wall. That wall is your mind. If you just put a glass instead of that wall, the glass means the mental setup which can allow that light to express itself. The mental setup which does not block or stop that light expressing itself. You will see that enlightenment is radiating through your senses. It is radiating through your being. See, I can't even say enlightenment needs to be achieved. No. Your senses are supposed to be purified so that that light can penetrate and express through it. That's all. All of you are having it. No doubt about it. All you need to do is purify your body and mind so that you can allow that to express through it, so that it can radiate. Nothing else needs to be done. The purifying mechanism or the alchemy process, you can't even call as mechanism, alchemy process is what I call flooding yourself with this truth, Satya. Vivekananda says, flood your whole being with the truth. Whatever can be washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for you and the people who are around you. See one thing, if you have a clear idea about what you believe as you and what you talk about you, what you express as you and what you believe as you will attract that same kind of people around you and you will live completely ease.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning.
Yes. So after this intense revelation, understand, whenever Swamiji gives this truth, when you apply this truth in your life, when you cognize this, even if you try few times with this truth, you'll see next time whenever the situation comes, you start applying these truths again and again. This becomes an automatic process. And the moment it becomes an automatic process, it becomes part of you. And any situation, you'll start gathering the wealth around you because of these simple truths, cognitions that Swamiji has revealed. Now, the next revelation is going to be on you are the source. Understand, Swami says when you realize that you are the source, you start taking responsibility for everything. What is happening within you, what is happening outside you, what is happening around you. Because you realize that you are the source, you automatically become responsible. And when you become responsible, of course, when you become responsible, so much of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching start becoming part of you. And what we know as success, wealth, start gathering around you. We'll be entering into this revelation with Swamiji to get into much deeper insight as Swamiji himself reveals on this. So please come to the space of listening and let's enter into this revelation.
In the Agori tradition is the path of science of enlightenment. They work with the human fevers. They say there is 64 kind of a fever which is responsible for our physical and mental imbalances. All your physical disease and mental disease is just because of these 64 fevers. Your anger will be a kind of a fever radiating around you. If you are carrying so much of negative thoughts like a vengeance, violence, you will be radiating a kind of a fever around you. For every kind of a thought trend, you will radiate a kind of a fever. If you are carrying too much of violence and anger, even the objects which you touch will become poisonous. Understand? I was surprised when I studied that science, when I studied the Agori tradition. Then I understood human beings carry so much of vengeance because mind needs dissatisfaction and vengeance and violence as a root. If you are having mind, be very clear, you carry such big load of vengeance, such big load of dissatisfaction, such big load of the negative fire, fever. That is why wherever you put your feet, you radiate poison. Grass dies. In Zen Buddhist tradition, in front of your cottage, if the grass is dead, if you have created a walkway by your walking, you will not receive sannyas. They won't give you sannyas. This is a method of training. In front of your cottage, there will be a big lawn. You are supposed to use the same route, but if the grass dies, you will not be given sannyas. Means, still unconsciously you have not dropped the violence. It's a very subtle but powerful science. Only when I studied, I understood how the mind lives on dissatisfaction. Paramahamsas, enlightened beings, does not leave footprint. Anybody who does not leave footprint, who is not heavy on the planet Earth, is called Paramahamsa. Even not only his lifestyle, even his very way in which he carries his being will be so light, radiating so much of lightness, innocence, radiating so much of the carefreeness or the joy. Of course, no other word. That is what, that kind of beings are only called Paramahamsas. In our time shaft, there is no gap. Constantly things are getting written. I think overwritten. Overwritten. Our mind, how much it feels dissatisfaction, that much it does not feel satisfaction. You can see when you feel the hunger, at first you will feel in the navel center. After a few minutes, you will feel all over the body. Then it will become irritation, shouting at everybody, and your whole body will be burning, literally. But you don't feel the same satisfaction after you dump the food. You may be filled but not fulfilled. We may be filling but not feeling fulfilled. Same way, thirst. Before drinking water, we feel so much of thirst. But after that, we just take it for granted. After eating or drinking, the satisfaction which we feel, we do not cherish, we do not experience, we do not live it, we take it for granted. Any joy you can see in your life, you take it for granted. You start asking, what next? There is a beautiful stotra by Shankara. Tatakim, tatakim, tatakim. What next, what next, what next? Your mind is alive only by asking, what next, what next, what next? It can't relax here and now. When Shiva says, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize that, be in that moment. If you are finding satisfaction means, you are relaxing into that present moment. You are resting into that present moment. You are entering into a space where you don't have boundary, you don't have heaviness, you are not creating footprint. Just be in that space. But our mind is such. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully. There is a beautiful one-liner from Ramana Maharshi. He says in Tamil, I'll give you the translation. Before achieving, even mustard seed will look like a mountain. After achieving, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed for the mind. Before you getting it, even a mustard seed, small thing, will look like a mountain. Without that, your life will not move. For example, a cell phone or a shoe, which you see when you go for window shopping. When you go for shopping, it's called window shopping, just seeing and walking. Particular kind of a cloth or some shoe or some cell phone. You just look at it. You have a thought, why not have that? You say, no, later on, let me save a little money and buy. You just walk. But the thought is in your mind. Your mind will now give all kinds of justifications why you should have that. If it is a shoe, it will tell, if I have that shoe, early morning 4:30 I can get up and go for a running, I will be more healthy. it will give all kinds of justifications, as if you will get that shoe and start running every day morning, as if your whole morning waking up and running is only in that shoes, and without that shoe you can't get up or you can't do any running with your old shoe. No, nothing. Your mind will create all kinds of scene, and with that cell phone you will really start doing lot of business and develop all your relationships. It will give all kinds of ideas. If I have that cell phone, I will be able to call every time. I can keep up with my business, or I can take care of all the relationships. Some idea. Same way with that cloth. I think that cloth will really look nice on me. I'll really feel more confident and courage. And it will give all kinds of ideas. And somehow finally, because your mind says so many times again and again, you may save little money and get that shoe. First few days, you will not even remove that shoe when you go to sleep. It will be there in your leg even when you fall asleep. It will be almost like a part, Karna's Kavacha Kundala. The Karna's Kavacha Kundala can't be removed from his body. It will be just like that, just always with you. After a few days, you will say, okay. Whenever you go for some parties or sometime you will wear. After a month, rarely, maybe some important thing. After 3 months, it will be lying near that small corner room which is always under that staircase. Nobody will be there even to clean or polish it. It will be lying there. You can see your mind. Just go to your garage and see all over how many things are lying, and before buying, what all words your mind said, and how your mind was showing all these things are really necessary for your life. Especially when you read that Sky Mall magazine, the flight, it gives you such a feeling that without that product you can't take next step in your life. And it gives you such a fantastic feeling with that photograph and everything. Almost your mind says you can't live the next day without that product. Order now. And it's like a hypnotizing, especially these TV ads in US I saw. Call now, call now, call now. And almost that way in which it is presented, your mind will say you can't take the next step. You can't live your life without that product. Or there is something really missing without that product. Go around and see your garage. See your, not only garage, just go around and see the whole house. Go and stand near every object, everything in your house, and just have a small write-up, 2-line write-up. What you felt before that became part of your life. First with your house, with your car, with your wife, with your relationships, with your every product. Just see what was the comment or what was the thought before that became part of your life. And what is the thought now? You will understand your life or your mind records only dissatisfactions. When Buddha says life is suffering, he does not mean that true life is suffering. No. He himself was not suffering, radiating joy and bliss. How can he say life is suffering? What you think or what you record life as is suffering. In your mind, what all you record as life is suffering. That is what he means. There is a beautiful saying in the Upanishad. Once you become enlightened, your future and past both can be changed. I was actually confused when I read. See, future can be changed, that I can agree, because it is open. How can past be changed? Because past has already happened. Only when I myself had experience, I understood the past as you think is not the original past which happened. What you think as your past is not the whole complete record. What you think as your biography is only selected, edited version. It is not the whole as it happened. So only when you become enlightened, you will experience the true past. You will see everything happened. As on now, what you remember as past now is not your past. Maybe a little confusing. What is this? It is true. In your life, if you had 100 incidents, dissatisfaction or suffering, at least 101 incident with satisfaction and joy has happened. That is why you are still alive. See, the prana flow can happen in you only if more number of joyful incidents are recorded in your unconscious, in your inner space. Still you being alive is the solid proof that your unconscious has not really lost the hope about life. Means at least 1% is more joy is recorded in your inner space. Intellectually, consciously you may not remember, but in the inner space the recording of the joy or satisfaction is 1% more than the dissatisfaction. That is why still you have hope and still you are breathing. Otherwise you would have decided, enough, I breathed, enough, I lived, bas, let's pack up. Now really, still you being alive is the solid proof that 1% more joy is there inside recording. You may not remember it. You may not remember your past as it happened. Only when you become enlightened, you will realize the whole past as it happened. That is what the rishis say. When you become enlightened, your future and past both will change. You will realize your true past. So many wonderful things have happened. Many times again and again you come back to that present moment. Satisfaction, joy or restfulness, but you don't feel comfortable with that state. Every day, at least few times you experience the state of Paramahamsa, state of Shiva consciousness, but you feel uneasy with it. You feel uneasy with it. You don't feel homely with it. You don't feel that is your state. Your natural state has become unnatural for you. That is why you say, no, this is, I think this looks too much. It's okay. Before even you consciously relaxing into it, you jump out of it. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, whenever you want something, some outer object, like want to enjoy a sweet or some joy, your mind is running towards that object. The moment you put that object into your mouth or that object comes in contact with your senses, immediately the running stops, you come back to the present moment. You falling back to the present moment only radiates joy and satisfaction. then you start thinking that joy is coming from that object. No. If the joy is coming from that sweet, then after 10 sweets, the joy should be more. But it is not. See the logic. As you believe, if the joy is from that sweet, after 10 sweets, the more number of sweets, joy should be more. But it is not. Why? It is not from that sweet. It is because your mind falls back to yourself. He gives a beautiful example. Dog which got a dry bone is biting the dry bone. Somehow the dry bone started poking into its own gums and blood started flowing. That dog is just enjoying that blood and thinking that blood is coming from that bone. How the dog is mistaking the blood from his own mouth is the blood from the bone and enjoying it. Same way, you also, when you experience the sense pleasures, when you live those sense pleasures, the joy which comes out of your own self, you attribute it to that object. If the dog starts thinking that blood is coming from that bone, it will just bite the bone more strongly. Same way, you catch that sense object more strongly. But suddenly you will see the emptiness. After 10 sweets, no more joy. Because your mind is now accustomed to the sweet. Even when you put the sweet in your tongue, it is not ready to rest. It is asking, what next? What next? What next? It is not relaxing, resting into that satisfaction. Now you play the next role. Oh, there is no joy in the sense object. One side of your mind is saying, there is no joy. The same joy is not there in that sweet. But your inner mind is telling, no, you are doing wrong. I think try once more, try little more, we may get little more joy. Because you are not ready to believe that there is no joy in the object, because that's the only thing you have in your hand. If in that also there is no hope, means what will happen? You become hopeless. That is too much. So you try to hold on. So you try to add rasa, juice to the object from your own being and try to enjoy. You are not ready to believe that there is no joy from the sense, from the object. The joy is from your inner space because you are relaxing, resting. Mahadeva says beautifully, wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, actualize this. In Zen, they have something called tea ceremony. It's nothing, just they will prepare tea and drink. But that is given so much of spiritual significance, you will be surprised. All the monks will sit around and that they will be just sitting and listening to the sound of tea boiling. That water sound, glug, 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 glug. And that beautiful smell of the steam. And just with a deep meditative mood. And when they pour the tea, just that sound which is created with a full awareness and your deep thirst for the tea or that feeling to sip the tea, just be with that. And beautifully when you sip the tea, the whole tea traveling inside your system, and that satisfaction it is creating inside your system, and that beautiful restfulness and that relaxation or satisfaction which comes because you got what you want. The whole mood, the whole thing, just a cup of tea can lead you to enlightenment. Understand? Just that satisfaction, if you can live intensely, there is a beautiful truth behind this whole tea ceremony. Let me explain the truth, then you will understand the Mahadeva or Shiva's technique. In your inner space, two things will get recorded, two samskaras will get engraved. Samskara means the engraved memory which is powerful enough to make you go through the same action. If you are addicted to coffee, morning 7 o'clock, once you hear the bell 7, inside coffee, addiction, you see, addiction word can be defined. Understand this definition. Without that object, you will feel deep dissatisfaction. With that, you won't feel much satisfaction. Is addiction. Understand, this is the definition of addiction. With anything, without that object, you will feel deeply dissatisfied. If you can't smoke, at that point, you can't stand, like you will feel so restless. You will walk here, you will walk there, you will go to bathroom, you will walk here, you will walk there, and you will be shouting at everybody. You will be kicking the shoes, you will be kicking this. You will be doing all sorts of things like Tom and Jerry. But once you smoke, the joy will not be too much. You will take it for granted. Okay, next. That is what is called addiction. The powerful engraved memory which can make you go through the same action again and again without giving you the satisfaction is called samskara. Samskara and mantra both are opposite to each other. The words are the memory which stays in you and makes you more and more dull and addictive is samskara. The words are memories which stays in you and liberates you more and more from your bondages is called mantra. The words which stays in you and liberates you is mantra. The words which stays in you and binds you is samskara. That's all. Understand? When you are caught with these samskaras, when you don't feel the satisfaction of what is happening inside you, you will record more samskara and less experience. Let me repeat once more. Inside your inner space, two things will be recorded. For example, the memory of drinking tea and the joy or intense satisfaction which you felt during drinking tea. These two will be recorded. If that satisfaction, the joy, if it is deeply recorded, you won't need the same act of drinking tea again and again. If this experience or the joy or quality of satisfaction is not deeply recorded in you, you need this act to be done again and again. If there is a quality of experience in you, the quantity of act is not needed. If the quantity of act is needed means the quality of experience is not deeply recorded in you. That is why Mahadeva says, Shiva says in another one technique, anything you do with your conscious full awareness will liberate you. Understand? It means if you smoke intensely, consciously, only once you will be liberated from smoking. If you smoke consciously, intensely, even once, you will be liberated. You will not be bound. Because Anything you do it completely does not create footprint or leave karma or samskara inside your inner space. Karma means unfulfilled action, which is powerful enough to make you go through the same action again and again to make you feel fulfilled. If you do any action, whether it is seeing something or listening something or tasting something or smelling something or touching something, anything with full conscious awareness even once, without drifting into the past or future during that act. Usually when you are drinking tea, your mind will be doing everything else except enjoying the tea. When you can see in your life, when you put the brush morning to brush your teeth, your mind is already in the office, sitting and calculating and thinking what to do. That is why when you are in the shower, you are talking to your boss. Sometimes even verbally you talk. When you are in the shower, you are talking to somebody. What to do? And when you are sitting in the office, already you are in the evening sea beach or in the temple or thinking about the vacation. When you are in the sea beach, already you are thinking when to go back to the home. When you are in the home, already you are thinking when next day morning you will go to the office. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. That's all. That we are very clear. Anything you do, even once, without drifting into the past or the future, will liberate you. Any karma. Because you are embodiment of fulfillment. You are Purna. There is a beautiful Upanishad sloka. Purnamata Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. From the whole comes the whole, and if the whole is added to the whole or removed from the whole remains as whole. Maths cannot help. Logic cannot help you to understand this. And now, recently, the Western mathematicians are agreeing 2 plus 2 is not 4. No, really. It is 4 plus something. Whenever you add two things, it is not just a logical equal thing which we were believing always. No. 2 plus 2 is not just 4, because the adding action, that brings some result. See, 2 plus 2 is not just 4. Adding is an action. What about that result? Once you add 2 plus, you see, when the 2 is separate, 2, and there is another one 2, separate 2, these two, when they are added, it is not just 4 plus the quality of adding. Now this 4 is ready to get added to anything else. Now the 4 has got a quality or the idea or the mental setup of getting added to anything. That is why 2 plus 2 is not just 4, it is something more. Because the 4 has now learnt how to expand itself. This just 2 do not know how to expand itself. This next 2 also do not know how to expand itself. When these 2 are joined together and became 4, now they have an intellectual property, how to expand them. They are something more than 4. Now they know the technique of how to adding more and more into them and how to assimilating or how to expand. Understand? That is why the regular logic is not a complete logic. the system of the Purnamata. System of the if you understand this one Upanishad mantra, the whole comes out of whole and goes back to whole. If you take the whole out of the whole remains as a whole. It's a very beautiful but very subtle truth. You need your full attention and awareness to digest this truth. But very understanding will transform you. You don't even need to meditate separately. You don't even need to meditate separately. The very understanding can transform you. See, now by your nature, whether you believe it or not, you are a whole being. You are a conscious being. Any action, if you do with that whole being, without drifting into the past or the future, the whole, which is your being, even if the action is done, you will remain as a whole. You will not become half. Purnamata Purnamitam. You will remain as a pure conscious being. But when you do some action, if you drift away in the past or the future, you will become part. You will not remain as a whole. Then samskaras are written on you. Then karma is created. You have to do the same action once more because you have not been in that whole state when you did that action. When you were smoking, if you were completely into that smoking, there was no other past or future, the whole was doing something holy, then you are not engraving or creating a karma or the memory. You are liberated from that action. You will not be inspired or forced to do the same act again. If you are half off when you are doing some act, naturally, because you have done only half, you have not achieved the full satisfaction, you will carry that remain, you will carry that engraved memory, which will inspire you, force you to do the same act to feel the fulfillment through that act. That's all. That is the meaning of Purnamata and Purnamitam. Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. If you remain as whole, if all your actions are whole, with a whole integrated being, you will remain as whole. Anybody who remains as whole, whatever he does is holy. Understand? Paramahamsas are not classified or understood by their action. They are understood by their being. Paramahamsas are recognized by their being, not by their doing. That is why when Shankara is defining Paramahamsas, when he writes his Viveka Chudamani, he defines Paramahamsa. They are like Pichasa, Balaka and Bagula. See, they are like a ghost, mad and kids. All these things put together and something more. Means what? You can't define them. You can't define them. And in Paramahamsa Upanishad they say, no scale or rule or restriction binds them. They are completely liberated. They just live. They just live. They breathe the beautiful air of freedom, liberation, Swadantratva. Free is not the right word for Swadantra. Especially in this country, free word is too It has got too much meaning, different meaning. Only one thing, whatever they do it whole, that's all. Because they are whole, no samskara or karma gets inscribed, engraved in them. They are not bound by anything. They are just full, complete. Their inner space is full, overflowing with joy. Understand? Anything you do half, karma is created, because that memory will make you go through the same act again and again till you feel completed. Whether it is a seeing or listening or smelling or tasting or touching, if you are whole, you are liberated. That is what Shiva says here. Wherever satisfaction is found, in whatever act, it may be when you see some of your friend, or when you see some scene, or when you hear some music, or when you smell some smells, or when you taste some food, or when you have some pleasure by touch, anything it may be, or when you are sitting and thinking or remembering something, anything may be, the moment you feel something is giving you satisfaction, just sit with that, go into that feeling of satisfaction. As I was telling you, two things will be recorded in you. The memory of the object, the memory of that satisfaction, that experience. If you are drinking tea, the memory of the tea and joy which you experienced during drinking tea. If you fill your whole being with that joy or satisfaction, there is no space for the memory of the tea to get inscribed. So the quality of your enjoyment or quality of your experiencing, the quality to experience will become sharp in you. So any small object can bring the same ecstasy in you. For Paramahamsas, you don't need big things to make them joyful. Just a small flower is okay. They are so joyful. Nothing is required to make them joyful. That is why they say Shiva is called Asudosha, means easily pleased. The Sanskrit word Asudosha means easily pleased. It's called Bolenath, means innocent. Does not need much. Just one small bay leaf, or little bit of rice, or little bit of Ganges water. Nothing much is necessary. He is happy and he gives you whatever you ask. That's why it's called Bolenath. Patram, Pushpam, Palam, Toyam. Nothing else is required. Just one leaf or one flower or just a little bit of something is enough. Nothing else is required. Asudosha, easily pleased. Simple guys. He doesn't need too many things to get pleased. He's a very simple person. You can see Shiva. All useless things which is not used by society at all is around him. Rudraksha, which has no value. There is no economical value, which is just lying all over. Is that all? Is abharanas, ornaments, and all the snakes which nobody wants. Is his friends, and the place where he lives, burial ground, which nobody wants to go. That is the place where he lives. What is his cosmetics? The ash from the burial ground, which nobody will touch. And who are his friends and companions? Bhutas. And the bhutas, which nobody wants to even relate with. So he is happy with all those things. He does not need. He says, anything you think as useful, please you have it. Whatever the society thinks as useless, whatever is discarded, thrown away, he says, yes, I'll take care. That I'll enjoy. He's like a waste management guy. He doesn't bother about all useful things. That let people enjoy. I don't need all those discarded, useless things. He is very happy with it. He doesn't need too many things to please him. Asudosha. Simple things are enough. Because his quality to enjoy is so beautiful, so sharp, he does not need quantity. Whenever the quality of enjoyment, the quality to feel is intensified in your system, the quantity or the need will disappear in you. If you need more quantity, whether it is food or sex or music, be very clear, your quality to enjoy is less. Because your quality to enjoy is less, you are asking for more quantity. Here Shiva is saying, increase the quality to enjoy. Means, just for next 3 days, decide. Just next 3 days, nothing else. 3 days, decide, I will not accumulate more stuff into my hell. No, we are accumulated hell, understand. Accumulated hell means all negative things we have accumulated. Even if we don't have enough, we borrow from our spouse. And they are ready to supply, they have a lot. And they are waiting to supply. And they have so much, they are waiting to supply. Just for 3 days, do not accumulate and connect and see all your dissatisfaction and suffering. Just 3 days, decide, morning till night, whenever you find some satisfaction and you do really find at least hundreds of times in your day-to-day life. For example, you felt thirsty, just you put little water in your mouth, just feel that satisfaction. You want to see your son or daughter or the person whom you love, you call them or you talk to them, you see them. The moment you see, you feel the satisfaction. Just imbibe it. You are feeling hungry and you are putting the food into your mouth. Once you put the food and just see how it travels and how it gives you the satisfaction. Just go into it. And there are so many other acts where you find some satisfaction, some joy. Just go into it. Even the small acts. Just go into it. And close your eyes and sit for a few minutes. And just enjoy that satisfaction. Slowly relax, unclutch from the object. Just enjoy that feeling. The quality to enjoy. Next 3 days, decide that you will experience, go into the satisfaction wherever you find it. Whatever act, wherever you find satisfaction, just sit and cherish. Be filled with it. Just let your being overflow. Let your whole mouth be filled with that amrita. Whenever you feel joy and satisfaction, your mouth will be filled with that saliva. It's called amrit. But you always experience only the poison, means the saliva which comes for asking something. The saliva which comes in your mouth asking something is poison, which comes in your mouth by feeling fulfilled is amrita. Anytime the saliva is filling your mouth by some joy or experiencing something, overflowing, it's called amrita. Just enjoy that amrit, that joy, that satisfaction, and live it. Live intensely. Let your whole inner space be occupied by that joy, by that bliss, by that experience. Let there be no space left for the engrams to be engraved, for the karma to get recorded. Suddenly you will see you became an accumulated joy and bliss. You are no more accumulated hell. And this joy will stay with you by and by without even the object touching your sense. Need for the quantity will disappear. If you are qualitatively happy without quantity adding to your sense, you are in eternal bliss. That's all. You are liberated. You are in Nithyananda. That's all. Just remember for these 3 days and try. It will just click. I always tell people, this bracelet, this mala and all, to remind you all these things only. When you take that bracelet, remember for next 3 days, whenever I see this bracelet, I'll remember to be in Nithyananda. If I'm wearing the mala, I'll remember to be with the satisfaction, with the quality instead of quantity. If you are reminded by all these things, only then they are spiritually useful for you. Otherwise, just one more ornament to brag about. To brag about. No. It should be spiritually useful, directly. That is the reason you are given all these things. Directly, it should remind you about the higher ideals or the lifestyle which you took. Understand, these 3 days, remember and play with this technique. Suddenly it will click and open the new door. Let you all achieve through these teachings and technique the eternal bliss, Shiva's inner space, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise.
Yes, Nithyananda, you are the source. Remembering that you are the source, remembering that you are Paramashiva is what is exactly going to lead us through that same experience. So nothing more is needed than the remembrance. Smaranat Mukti. So Swamiji gave us this exercise where we just look into what we are cherishing in our day-to-day life and bring more awareness. That itself will lead us to the sweet remembrance of our divine nature. So for the next 3 days, decide morning till evening, morning till night, whatever you act, wherever you find satisfaction, just sit and cherish. We always choose to beat ourselves up with the conflicting guilt. We feel, oh, if I enjoy this, then that will be the outcome. For example, you like sweets and you are worried about your weight. So we always cherish these conflicting thoughts. If I want to do this, then I will not be able to do that. So whatever it is that you cherish, just allow yourself to cherish it. Just allow yourself. Remove these conflicts from your inner space. For example, you felt thirsty, drink water. There is a moment of deep satisfaction that you are experiencing. But we always just run, next to the next, to the next, to the next. We never actually acknowledge the deep satisfaction that we are experiencing throughout the day many times. We neglect this whole emotion. If we bring remembrance, it can be our very state of being, no matter what we do. Just by remembrance, this is a possibility for me. I can be in this satisfaction even now. I do not need an external reason for this experience. I can cultivate this as my experience wherever I am. If you decide that, then it will become your experience. So in any moment when you experience this satisfaction, for example, you felt thirsty, you're drinking water, or in one moment you see people that you love, just imbibe this satisfaction. Just go into it. So many other acts, go into it. Close your eyes and just enjoy the satisfaction. The more acknowledgement you bring, the more the satisfaction itself will become. Just unclutch from the object of satisfaction and just be in that space, that experience. Decide. You will experience into the satisfaction wherever you find it. Be filled by it. So just practice this for 3 days. It will completely shift your experience. It can be like a technique at first, but it will turn into a very paradigm shift where the depth of experience that you have will be completely different. So let us start off these 3 days by just picking 5 acts, whatever they may be, that bring satisfaction in your life. Imbibe, cherish these 5 acts. For example, receiving darshan of Swamiji, reading a powerful cognition, or simply having a cup of coffee. That first sip of coffee in the morning, or whenever you like to enjoy, whatever it may be, don't think about the consequences, the implications, the work, or whatever it is. Just internalize the satisfaction that you experience. Allow yourself to dive deep into this experience. We're going to give a few moments and requesting you to just pen down, acknowledge 5 items, 5 acts that give you satisfaction, small or big, whatever you have already experienced, just note it down. And if you would like to share them afterwards, you can go ahead and do so. Just for us to remember, as Swamiji said, Smaranat Mukti. Remembrance liberates. Let us enter into this step of the exercise and make satisfaction as our very inner space. Yes. With this, let us all settle down. If you would like to share what you noted down as the things that you cherish, the things that give you satisfaction, what you enjoy, please go ahead and share it here in the Zoom chat. Requesting everyone to go ahead and share. I want to take this opportunity also to welcome everyone to this day of Paramashivoham Level 1. Nithyananda Ma Jnana Guru Prasadini Ma Shamain Shri Maha Sarabeshwara Nithyananda. Nice to see you, Aya. There's also Atma Jyotikananda Nithyananda, and welcome. Ma Nithyanatana Priye Nithyananda Ma Yao Jin O Nithyananda Nithyanandam Goko Aya Nithyanandam. It has been a long time. Hope you are doing well. Yeah, if you could, if you want to share your experience also in the chat. We had this exercise just now where we share five things that we cherish in our life, so that when that moment comes where we have the satisfaction, that we bring more awareness and cultivate that experience to arrive at the paradigm shift. Yes, Nithyanandam Ma Yao Jin. Requesting to share your experience, whatever you wrote down from the exercise mark. If you would like to go ahead and share it here in the Zoom chat. Also welcoming Ma Ananda Agora Rupini there as always. So nice to see you, Ma Nithyanandam. Ma Zhang Liping Nithyanandam, Ma Parabrahma Sarupini, Ma Ananda Lakshmi Yogini, Wang Chun, Ma Anandishwari Nithyanandam, Wang Chi Tsin Aya Nithyanandam, and Ma Lohiya Mauna. I think it is Ma Guru Linga Sangha Nithyanandam. Yes. If anyone would like to go ahead and share their experience, please go ahead and do so. And today is the topic of Nithyanandam Goko. Hope you're doing well. Yes, today is the topic of wealth manifestation. So we have already covered various different aspects of wealth today. And we are going to now learn about Tyaga, which is true renunciation. Renunciation from the right context. And one might wonder, how can renunciation be connected to wealth? How does that even go together? If I want to accumulate wealth, then how does renunciation help me with that? Swamiji is going to shine light on this very paradigm. So let us listen in deeply as Swamiji is sharing the deeper truths from the cosmos, straight from the source. So requesting everyone to be in a state of listening and restful awareness as we learn these truths from Swamiji.
In front of your consciousness, the mind brings wrong ideas. Means it's called wrong knowledge. But in front of your consciousness, whether it is right or wrong, anything is experienced is imagination. Except consciousness, anything experienced is imagination. Please understand. In front of your consciousness, if your mind brings wrong ideas, misconceptions, it is called wrong knowledge. Means for a wrong knowledge to happen, your consciousness needs to be present and mind needs to do something. But for imagination to happen, Vigalpa to happen, nothing needs to be done. Anything experienced by you other than your pure consciousness is Vigalpa. That is why we call Samadhi state as Nirvigalpa. Please understand. He is taking us to a very subtle plane. Sometimes you may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. You may not have wrong knowledge, but you will have imaginations. A small story. One guy walked into the bar, sat next to a man who was sitting with a dog at his feet. This guy asked, "Does your dog bite?" That guy said, "No." This guy bent and patted the dog, and the pet bit him. Just bitten him. This guy shouted, "You said your dog doesn't bite? It has bitten me." That guy said, "Yes, my dog doesn't bite, but this is not my dog." You may not have wrong knowledge, but you have your own imagination. Understand? Your own imagination. Many times, Vigalpa brings more suffering. Today I have a lot of stories on imagination. Imagination is my favorite subject. Because so much of suffering can be avoided if you understand imagination. If you just understand imagination. Viparyaya, even Viparyaya is not that deep. If your mind can be relaxed from constant movement in the conscious layer, you can come out of Viparyaya. But Vigalpa, even your sleep is Vigalpa. Please understand, Viparyaya can happen only in your waking state or dream state. But Vigalpa can happen even in the deep sleep state. Even if a deep sleep is a Vigalpa. Viparyaya can touch only your conscious mind and subconscious mind. Means wrong knowledge can touch you, can disturb you only in the waking state and dream state. But Vigalpa, imagination, can disturb you even in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. Sorry, not in the dream, even in the deep sleep state. It can disturb in all three states. You may think, how can Vigalpa, imagination, disturb me in the deep sleep state? Sometime when you are out of deep sleep state, you will say, it was suffocating, as if somebody was pressing me. It is not a dream. If it is dream, you can remember and tell. It will not be like a dream. It will be like a deep suffocation. That's what we call Vigalpa. Means imagination. Many times you imagine things. You imagine things. I have one more story for you about imagination. I'll read it out. It will be very nice. One guy goes to South Africa and sends a letter to his mother saying, "Dear mother, I am sending some pills which doctor gave. And if you take one, it will take years of your life." After a month, that guy comes back home. He sees beautiful young women outside his house sitting with a baby. And this guy comes back and asks, "Where is my mother?" She says, "Don't be silly, I am your mother." And those pills were marvelous. This guy says, "Oh God, I can't imagine. Only one pill. You are able to have a baby." She says, "Are you crazy? That is not a baby, that's your father. He took two." If you take Viparyaya and Vigalpa both, Imagination. Many times we imagine too many things. Vikalpa can touch deeper zones than viparya. Means imagination can touch the deeper zones than wrong knowledge. Wrong knowledge is more like a logic. When you have a wrong logic, it's a wrong knowledge. But the Vikalpa, imagination, is deeper than wrong knowledge. Patanjali says, imagination as opposed to reality is the result of mere words that is known as Vikalpa or fantasy. Vastu sunyo Vikalpaha. Every word of Patanjali brings me so much of joy. I can say every word, so much of clarity, so much of depth. He is saying opposed to reality, anything opposed to reality, which is created merely by words. Merely by words. Many times you can see in your life, you are constantly creating many things just by words. Just by words. Simple words. You create your own theories. You spin your own moods, I can say. Your mind and body comes in contact with each other at 7 spots in your body. Both of them touch each other. 7 spots, that is what we call 7 energy centers. In yoga tradition, they call that 7 spots as 7 energy centers, and they call it as Chit Jada Grandhi, where the matter and consciousness meets each other. Matter and consciousness meets each other. Each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. Please understand, each spot gets corrupted when your imagination is added. The first, root center. If your imagination is added, it just shows the things which is not there. It just shows the things which is not there. It just shows things in the expanded size. That is why constantly you feel the other person is cheating you, other person not giving you your proper share, other person is depriving you. In any relationship, you always feel the other is not fulfilling you. Please understand, it is your fantasy. When imagination is added to your root center, you start expecting the things which can never happen, which can never happen, or which never happened, which will never happen. You start imagining things, you start projecting things, you start creating things, and when you see it is not happening through the other person, you start blaming the other person. You start cursing the other person. Imagination added to your greed is fantasy. Imagination added to your fear is, we can say, the main reason for all the phobias. When imagination is added to your fear, it becomes phobia. Constantly you are feeling frightened. Constantly you are feeling frightened. I have heard one more story. You have one more story. A man walks out of a bar and sees a bum panhandling on the corner The bum says, Mister, do you have $1 you could spare me? The man thinks about the question for a bit and asks the bum, if I give you $1, are you going to use it to buy liquor? He says, no. The man asks, if I give you $1, are you going to use it for gambling? The bum says, no. The man says to the bum, do you mind coming home with me so I can show my wife what happens to someone who does not drink or gamble? He has his own fear with the wife. Now he wants the proof. Please understand, if the fantasy is added to your greed, he has expectation from her. If the fantasy is added to fear, he is completely frightened by her. But she is the same person. The other person is same. If your imagination is added to your greed, you see her as much beyond what she is through fantasy. If your imagination is added to fear, the same way you see her much beyond what she is through fear. Whether it's imagination or fear, you see what is not. You see what is not. You start seeing things. You experience things which is not there. One more story for you. Every day this guy comes back home after fully drunk. Wife wanted to frighten this guy. So she decides to give him a shock. Every day this guy walks through a cemetery, late night. She decides to go and sit there with all the makeup and frighten him. She covers herself with a black shawl and she creates smoke. The whole scene is ready. When he comes fully drunk, she just jumps in front of him and creates a big sound. He very coolly turns and says, don't you know me? I am married to your sister. When your imagination is added to fear, again you see what is not there. Even small things feels like a torture. Please understand, if your imagination is added to greed, even simple things feel like a heaven. Many people come and tell me their experiences about their vacation and all those things. I am not able to connect at all with the idea of vacation. You may think I am from the other planet. No, when people come and tell me, I am going for vacation, Swamiji, or I went for vacation, can you see the photographs? We went here, we went there. This is our vacation, this is our vacation photograph and all those things. I can't imagine. They have all those vacation photographs on the refrigerator. Wherever I go in the houses, the refrigerator, on the cupboards. They forget even that smile was post smile. Whenever they see that photographs, they think, oh, those days when we went for vacation, it was such a joy, so much of ecstasy. I can't connect with the idea of vacation at all. What is vacation? You are going to carry the same mind, same wife, same thing. If you are sitting and worrying in the house, it is called homework. If you are sitting and worrying in the office, it is called business. If you are sitting and worrying in somewhere where you don't know, that's called vacation. I can't connect with that idea of vacation at all. Many times people try to tell me, why don't you take vacation, Swami? I tell them, what will I do? Even if I go there, I'll gather few people and start talking about something. Then let me sit here itself, at least people will be more comfortable in the hall. Instead of sitting somewhere where people will not have comforts, where I will not have microphone. When your imagination is added to greed, things are looking more greener. Things are looking more joyful. Even small action, even one simple rose, you say, oh, she loves me. I love her. Still, I am not able to understand at all these words, all these giving one card, giving one rose. I don't know how the love is conveyed through that, or love is felt through that. I can't relate with that idea. People say, no, you are too insensitive, Swamiji. But what to do? When imagination is added to your greed, everything looks sweet. Everything looks fantastic. You feel the other person is angel. But when one shift happens in the energy center, that same imagination raises 2 inches above to Swadhisthana, to the fear. The other person looks like a devil. The reality is the other is neither devil nor angel. He's a man. She's a woman. That's all. When we see the other person as an angel or devil, we are suffering with vikalpa, imagination. We are suffering with vikalpa. Anything other than reality, if you see, you are suffering with vikalpa. You are suffering with vikalpa. One more story about vikalpa. I hate this modern art, he says to his wife. What a piece of crap that is. Wife says, no, that is a Picasso. This guy says, what about this one with all crazy lines? She says, that is Kandinsky. This guy says, oh, okay, how about this one? Where this guy's got a pencil neck, his nose is upside down, his eyes are on the same side of his head. She says, that is a mirror. He was continuously criticizing everything. He doesn't know it is a mirror. Please understand, the big problem is when you are caught in the greed or fear, not only you will suffer with the other person, you will suffer with you also. When this guy was criticizing all the modern arts one by one, he did not even have awareness to see it is a mirror. He was criticizing. Same way, when you are caught with greed, if you are fantasizing about everything, you will not have awareness to see your own reality. You will fantasize about you also and suffer. Fantasizing about you and suffering is the worst suffering. You will never face the reality. Please understand. If you are fantasizing about somebody and suffering, that person will teach you the lesson. You will understand. You will wake up. You have to wake up. You have to wake up. You can't continue to dream. You can't continue to fantasize, because fulfilling your fantasy is a big headache, responsibility for the other person. Nobody will be able to do that job. They will take vacation. You will realize your fantasy is your fantasy. But if your fantasy is about you and torture yourself, you will never be able to come out of it. That is what almost all the people who misunderstood yoga starts doing. Please understand, I have seen many yogis. not yogis, who think they are yogis. Who think they are yogis. They go on and on and on, torture themselves. They torture themselves so much, they can't tolerate. Please understand, they can neither stop torturing, nor they can tolerate their own torture. I have seen people fighting with themselves, especially with wrong ideas. Many wrong ideas. They misinterpret yoga and they become masochists. They start torturing themselves. I have seen, especially during my wandering, I have seen people torturing themselves and feeling that they are big yogis. I have seen one guy standing on one leg for 12 years. No, really. I went to him just to pay respect to his tapas. I saluted him and I asked him, why are you standing? Do you have any purpose for this? That fellow is such a fool. He doesn't even have the idea of enlightenment or anything. He is not able to answer. Then I just kept quiet. When all the crowd left, I asked him, can you tell me at least now the reason? He said, Baba, the initial when I started standing, it was like an exercise. When I saw so many people are giving me attention, and I started enjoying the attention, finally it became my lifestyle. Please understand, he is torturing himself. Practically one leg is dead. It is no more part of his body. Is dead, is crippled. But this guy goes on thinking he is doing some great thing. Many times the greed, the fantasy is turned towards us, and you will never be able to come out of that torture which is created. If the fantasy is turned towards you, I can say that's the worst thing. Many times these yogis cannot enjoy themselves. Not real yogis who think they are yogis. The masochist people. They become sadist also. They become sadist also. They start torturing others. Actually, one incident happened the other day. From January till March, all of us, I think, big group of our devotees and brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, all of us were walking, doing padayatra. During the yatra, we were crossing one city. There was a temple. Some of my brahmacharinis, young girls, took brahmachari diksha. Those girls were just laughing and walking, doing the yatra. There were few guys who think themselves as yogis. There's outside every temple in South India, you will see one bunch of beggars sitting in the yogi dress. And they talk all great Vedanta. They will be torturing themselves and torturing others. One bunch of fools were sitting like that. And my brahmacharinis were walking with the kavi. And they were joyful, happy, because they are living real yoga. And these guys saw them. They are so happy. First thing, these young kids are so happy. They can't tolerate. The second thing, they can't tolerate sannyasis can be so happy. That's another one big problem. So one guy started telling, see these Nithyananda Swamis and Swaminis, wherever you go, they are there, laughing, joking. The other guy said, better, because they know the route we are walking, the other guy said, better let us go away to Salem. There we will not see these guys. We don't have to see these guys. The other fellow commented, no, he is popular there also. There also you will see people with his sannyasis, his devotees. The other guy said, no, let's go away to some other state. Only then we don't have to see these guys. Again, this fellow commented, no, in other states are also. He is very popular. You will see his devotees there also. Suddenly my brahmacharis, they were keeping quiet. Now they said, it is too much. They turned and said, go to hell, you will not see our Swami's devotees there. That is the right place you need to be. Many times, these so-called yogis, they torture themselves. Please understand, the vikalpa needs to be understood in a very deep sense. Imagination not only related to others, imagination related to you also will bring torture to you. You will be torturing yourself. When you torture yourself, naturally you will give that to others. You won't give headache to others if you don't have one. Please understand. You can't give it to others if you yourself don't have. If you are giving it to others, you need to be clear, you have one. Many times, the so-called yogis start torturing themselves. If you have fantasy towards others, at least they will teach you that it is a fantasy, come down. But if you have fantasy about yourself, there will be nobody to teach you. You will continue to torture yourself. You will continue to suffer. You will continue to suffer with that vikalpa. And the next level is much worse. If you have fear about others, at least at some place where the other person is not there, you will be free. You will not have that fear. If you start creating fear about yourself, you can never escape from that. You can never escape from that. I have seen many people, they start creating fear about themselves. They start creating fear about themselves. They can never be free. They can never relax. They can never be at ease with themselves. It's I can say, the worst hell. If they start creating fear about themselves, they can't live in joy, live in bliss. This story, beautiful story. One Zen master was walking near a river. One young lady was standing. She asked him, please can you help me to cross the river? The master was with his disciple, young disciple. Master said, no problem. He just carried her and left her the other side, came back. His young disciple can't tolerate. An enlightened person, a monk, how can you lift her? How can you touch a young lady first? How can you lift her and help her to cross the river? He is not able to tolerate, but somehow he kept quiet. When they reached the monastery, he asked, how can you touch her and lift, help her to cross the river? Is it not wrong? The master looks at him and says, I left her long before, why are you still carrying her? I left her there itself, why are you still carrying her? He has his own fears about himself. Please understand. He has deep fears about himself. That is why he can't relate with the reality. He can't relate with the other person. He can't relate with the other person. In Ramakrishna's life, there is a beautiful incident. He lived with Sarada Devi till the end. They lived such a wonderful life. Many times he was criticized for living with his wife in the temple. He was in the Dakshineshwar temple. But he lived such an amazing life. The relationship between them was such a wonderful relationship. You can't describe it. You can't describe it. The real yogi relationship. He always used to answer them, respond to them, that they are afraid of themselves. That is why they are afraid of the outside person. Please understand, if you are afraid of the other, at least When the other person is not there, you will not have the fear. If you are afraid of yourself, it's like a fear of ghost. It will continue to be there. It will continue to haunt you. It will continue to shake you. It will continue to frighten you. It's the worst thing somebody can have. I've seen many times. The so-called yogis criticize me. What is this? You are sitting in such a big throne and so many disciples are serving you. I tell them, I don't have fear, I will get attached to it. You have fear. That is why you are afraid of it. I have seen many people. They are afraid of handling wealth. Please understand, renouncing because of fear is not renunciation. Many times, people don't want responsibilities, not because that they don't want the freedom which responsibility gives, just because they don't know how to handle the responsibility, the fear of responsibility. The fear of life, they start acting, I renounced everything. I have seen in Himalayas, the so-called yogis, they leave their house, everything, and come and settle down in a small temple. They will settle down in Himalayas. They will sit outside the temple for their food, taking bhiksha, for begging. They will become attached to that spot. Nobody else can sit in their spot. They will fight for that spot. They left their property. They left their house. They left everything and came here. Now they will be fighting for the 2 feet by 2 feet place. Means what? They did not renounce because they don't want. They renounced because of the fear of responsibility. Many times you start renouncing because of fear of responsibility. No. When you are sitting in this, one side you may have the fear. 2 kinds of fear. One, you need to maintain this. Second, you may get attached to this and start suffering. If you are renouncing because of these 2 fears, no, that is no way going to help. I have seen many people renouncing for various reasons, but it is not renunciation. It is doing the same thing through the other way. I have seen people, they renounce all their gold, wealth, everything and come away to Himalayas with one kamandalu, water pot. But they will get so attached to that pot, they will wash that pot whole day and keep it shining. I know one Baba is called Kamandalu Baba. All he does is 6 hours per day he will wash that kamandalu. First he will wash with sand, then he will wash with tamarind, then he will wash with the powder, then he will apply ash on that. And that kamandalu, that water pot became his brand. Many times people do that. It's not renunciation, doing it in the other way. I have one more story for you about that. This guy goes into a bar and orders 3 separate short glasses of Irish whiskey. He drinks all 3. He does this day after day after day after day. The bartender finally says, you know, I can put all 3 of those shots into one glass for you. The guy says, no, I prefer it in this way. See, I have 2 brothers. They are abroad. I love them. This glass right here feels that I am drinking for each one of them. I feel all 3 of us are together here and drinking. And the guy continues to come in day after day, does the same thing. The bartender also continues to set up 3 glasses. One day, the guy comes with a long face and says, give me 2 shots today. The bartender is shocked. He thinks something wrong has happened. He asks, what happened? Did something happen to one of your brothers? Bartender asks. No. The guy says, they are okay. It is just that I decided to quit drinking. Understand? All our renunciation is more or less like this. You decide to quit drinking, but you go on drinking. We renounce maybe the fear of maintaining or fear of attachment. If you renounce because of fear of maintaining or fear of attachment, please be very clear. You will be surely enjoying in some other way. That's what Krishna calls beautifully Mithyacharaha, hypocrite, who is renouncing physically but enjoying in some other form. I can say one of the worst curse happened to India is this Mithyachara. This Mithyachara. In course of time, people have started renouncing because of their fear of attachment, fear that they may get attached, or that fear they have to maintain. Out of that, when they started renouncing, they never achieved yoga. And people have started thinking, this renunciated, these guys have become yogis. No. Understand? Renunciation which happens because of vikalpa is not yoga.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. After these powerful sharings by astrology, let us now settle down and enter into the internalization exercise. Requesting all the participants to join us on camera and settle down for this internalization. So Swamiji was sharing about the right relationship with money. Swamiji was speaking about the true context of renunciation, how we should not renounce out of the fear of attachment or because we do not want to take responsibility. So just remember this idea. Try to analyze this idea. Try to let this idea sink inside you for 11 days. 11 days, constantly remember, whenever consciously you are imagining, remember imagination will lead to suffering. I should use this word to joy or bliss. Just remember, when you are consciously imagining, remember and relax from it. Do this for 11 days. Suddenly you will see in the dream also you remember the same idea. So, one, stop imagining. Instead, you want to bring consciousness into your imagination. If you are constantly, strongly remembering some idea in the waking state, continuously, In the dream state also, you will remember that same idea very strongly. For example, if you decide whenever you had a fear of that somebody is following you or chasing you, or a ghost is chasing you, if you decide whenever I get a fear of ghosts, I will remember my God or my Guru. How many of you have experienced this? Something along this line. So you took that decision that, okay, whenever that pattern is triggered in me, I'll just remember my Guru. I remember Paramashiva. I remember I am Paramashiva, any of the powerful cognitions. Good, and pen down 10 such ideas and experiences where you brought consciousness into the remembrance, into that imagination. Let us take a few minutes and pen down 10 incidents where you brought consciousness into your imagination. Yes. Now let us move on to the next step of this exercise. Thank you, Goko, for sharing your connection with wealth, your connection with money. So next, very befitting of what you have shared also, analyze how your imagination is creating suffering. Pen down 10 such experiences. For example, sometime you start suffering comparing with yourself. Yesterday, I walked half an hour. Today, I don't know what happened. So maybe you have the plan, okay, let me run every day, let me do workout every day. Yesterday, I did so well. Today, I'm hanging through. I'm not getting anything done. Yesterday, I progressed my project in the company so well, and I got praised for it. Today, nothing is moving. Everything is falling apart. The time you were young, you conveniently forgot the fact. So 30 years before, you used to work for 3 hours. Now it's not possible for you. I should have treated myself like that. I should have spoken these kinds of words, should have expressed myself like this. I should have presented myself like this, but I did not do what to do. And you repent. You bring that self-negative thinking pattern up again and again. You don't even need another person to make you feel bad about yourself. You just use your own example. So let us pen down 10 such experiences where we use our logic in a self-destructive way. Our mind, as Swamiji has shared, is such a powerful tool if it's programmed properly. It can be so useful for ourselves, for other people, for the world. It can finally even be used to bring us towards enlightenment. But we constantly use our mind to beat ourselves up. So let us take a few moments and pen down 10 such incidences where we compared ourselves with ourselves and caused suffering in that way. Let's begin. Yes. Now, there is one more step to this exercise, but that is more like homework. So remember consciously that imagination brings suffering. Remember the sutra, Shabda Jnana Upadi Vastu Shunyo Vikalpaha. So the sound where the knowledge is absent, that will definitely lead to the confusion, will lead to the suffering. So we need to bring conscious awareness to our thoughts. Otherwise, they will always lead us down the spiral. They will always lead to suffering. So, yes, Gokul, you shared a few things in the chat. I was checking in whether you want to go deeper on these sharings. I responded to a few of them. So you're sharing, you're finding it difficult to accept not to be capable to do things that you're used to. So let us look in, let us find exactly what we need to do. So move from the problem toward the solution. And if you want to be more specific, if you would like to do some completion, we're definitely available to help you with that. So if you would like to share, you can go ahead. And if you need any guidance also, please let us know. Specifically for the topic of wealth, we have more upcoming exercises throughout this day of Paramashivoham Level 1. For now, we are going to move on to the next round of today's power manifestation. Today, we are manifesting the power of Mahima. That means increasing in size specifically, one of the Ashtamahashaktis. Yes, one of the 8 great powers, which are thoroughly mentioned in various Puranas and Itihasas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And the Shastra Pramana, the scripture reference goes as follows. Maranam kadyate te na sakena pina kadyate tasyasya parama siddhir animadi guna prada vayu sanacharate dehe rasa viddhir bhavetruvam akasha panka jagala piyushamapi vardate. This is directly from the Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verses 76 to 78. And the translation goes as follows. Death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as Anima, Lahima, Mahima, etc. The Vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased. Rasa Vridhi, nectar from which is exuding from the ethereal lotus,